Hi everyone. Great to have you here at Harry What Ifs. Get comfortable because today we're presenting What If Fleur Delacour left Beauxbatons forever and made Harry the king of a hidden magical kingdom. Before we start, a gentle reminder, if you love stories like this, please like and subscribe. It helps the algorithm show our videos to more people. And now, the moment you've been waiting for. Chapter 1, The Hidden Crown. Harry Potter stared at the ceiling of his bedroom at number 4, Privet Drive, sweat soaking through his thin t-shirt despite the evening breeze drifting through the open window. The same nightmare had woken him again, Cedric's lifeless eyes, Voldemort rising from the cauldron, his parents' echoes fading into the darkness. Just breathe, he muttered to himself, sitting up and reaching for his glasses. 3 weeks since returning from Hogwarts, and his friends' letters had been maddeningly vague. "Hope you're well, Harry, hang in there, mate," and "we can't say much" seemed to be the only phrases they knew. A soft tapping sound interrupted his brooding. An unfamiliar tawny owl perched on his windowsill, its elegant feathers gleaming in the moonlight. Tied to its leg was not the usual parchment but a small, shimmering blue envelope sealed with silver wax. "Who are you from?" Harry asked, untying the letter. The owl didn't wait for treats or a response, immediately taking flight into the night sky. The seal bore an intricate design, a flower surrounded by stars. When Harry broke it, a subtle scent of lavender filled the room. The handwriting inside was delicate but determined. "Harry, I must speak with you urgently. What I have to tell you cannot be written in a letter. I will come to your window at midnight tomorrow. Please be alone and ready to leave. This concerns your future and a choice only you can make. It may sound strange, but I believe this is where you truly belong." Fleur Delacour. Harry read the letter twice, then a third time. Fleur. The Beauxbatons champion from the Triwizard Tournament. They'd barely spoken beyond formalities during the competition. What could she possibly want with him? His first instinct was to write to Sirius or Dumbledore, but something stopped him. All summer, the Order had kept him in the dark. Maybe it was time to make decisions without their input. The next day crawled by in a fog of anticipation. Harry mechanically weeded Aunt Petunia's garden, dodged Dudley's gang, and picked at his meager dinner, his thoughts constantly returning to the letter tucked under his mattress. At 11:55 p.m., he sat on his bed fully dressed, wand in his pocket and a small backpack containing his most essential possessions, his invisibility cloak, photo album, and a marauder's map. Whatever Fleur wanted, he'd be prepared. The soft whoosh of air preceded her arrival. One moment his window was empty, the next, Fleur Delacour hovered outside on what looked like a sleek silver broomstick, her silvery blonde hair whipping in the night breeze. She wore practical dark blue robes rather than the silk Beauxbatons uniform he remembered. "Harry," she whispered, gesturing for him to open the window wider. "You got my message. Good." He pulled the window up. "Fleur. What's going on?" She glanced over her shoulder nervously. "No time to explain everything here. We must leave quickly. There are, how you say, complications if we stay too long. You're asking me to just fly off with you in the middle of the night without any explanation." Harry crossed his arms. "I need more than that." Fleur's expression softened. "You have been having dreams, yes? About a place you've never seen. Mountains with peaks that shine like silver, and forests where the leaves glow blue at night." Harry's arms dropped to his sides. How could she know about those? The dreams had started right after returning from Hogwarts, dreams so vivid he could smell the mountain air, feel the strange magic humming through the earth beneath his feet. "How do you, because it is calling you, Harry. My home. The kingdom of Lumiere." She extended her hand. "I am not just a student from Beauxbatons. I am the crown princess of a hidden magical kingdom, and you are part of a prophecy that has existed for centuries. The foreign king who will save us." It sounded absurd. Completely mental. Yet Harry found himself reaching for her hand. "If I go with you," he said slowly, and I don't like what I hear, you'll bring me back. You have my word, Fleur replied, her blue eyes intense in the moonlight. But I don't think you will want to return. Harry grabbed his backpack and took her hand. Let's go before my uncle wakes up. Fleur pulled him onto the broom behind her. Hold tight. The moment his arms wrapped around her waist, the broom shot forward with speed that rivaled his firebolt. As they climbed higher, Harry looked back at Privet Drive shrinking below them. For the first time in weeks, the knot in his chest loosened slightly. They flew higher than Harry had ever flown before, until the air grew thin and cold. Just as he was about to ask how much further, Fleur angled the broom toward a bank of clouds that glowed with an unnatural silver light. We're going through that, he shouted over the wind. The Veil of Stars, she called back. The gateway to Lumiere. They plunged into the cloud bank, and Harry's skin tingled with magic far more ancient and wild than anything he'd felt before. The mist surrounded them, thick as soup and sparkling with tiny points of light like diamonds. For several breathless seconds, he couldn't see anything but swirling silver. Then they burst through into clear air, and Harry gasped. Below them stretched a vast hidden valley nestled between towering mountains. The mountains themselves seemed to glow with inner light, their peaks capped with what looked like crystal rather than snow. Forests of blue-leafed trees covered the lower slopes, and at the valley's center sat a city of white stone and silver spires surrounding a palace that seemed built from moonlight itself. Welcome, Fleur said, pride evident in her voice, to the kingdom of Lumiere. She guided the broom down toward the palace, flying over smaller settlements and fields where crops Harry didn't recognize grew in neat rows. As they descended, he noticed people pointing up at them, many with the same silvery blonde hair as Fleur. Are they all Vila? Many, yes. But also other magical beings who have chosen to live away from the outside world. Lumiere has been hidden for over 1,000 years. They landed in a courtyard of smooth white stone. The palace up close was even more breathtaking, towering spires that seemed impossibly delicate, walls inlaid with what looked like mother-of-pearl, and windows of stained glass that shifted colors as you watched. The moment they dismounted, a small blonde missile launched itself at Fleur. You're back. Gabrielle Delacour, Fleur's younger sister, squealed as she hugged her. Then she spotted Harry and her eyes widened. You brought him. You really brought him. Gabrielle, Fleur scolded gently, where are your manners? This is not how we greet a future king. The younger girl immediately pulled herself upright and attempted a formal curtsy that was somewhat ruined by her excited grin. Welcome to Lumiere, Harry Potter. I always knew you'd come. King. Harry's voice cracked on the word. Fleur, you mentioned a prophecy, but, perhaps explanations should wait until our guest has refreshed himself from the journey. An elderly man with a long silver beard approached, leaning on a staff carved from pale wood. Unlike Dumbledore's twinkling gaze, his eyes were sharp and assessing. Princess Fleur, the council awaits your report. Thank you, Armin. Fleur nodded respectfully. Harry, this is Armin Lumineau, royal advisor and keeper of prophecies. He will explain while I speak with the council. Princess. Harry raised an eyebrow. You never mentioned that part at Hogwarts. A faint blush colored her cheeks. There were many things I could not reveal. Gabrielle will show you to your chambers. I will join you soon. She squeezed his hand quickly before departing with a swish of her robes. Gabrielle bounced on her toes. Come on. We've prepared the East Tower for you. It has the best view of the sunrise. As they walked through soaring hallways lit by floating orbs of gentle light, Harry tried to process everything. Gabrielle, how long have you known about me coming here? All my life. She replied cheerfully. The prophecy is our most important story. Every child in Lumiere knows it. When darkness threatens both from within and without, the foreign king with lightning in his blood will unite the ancient magics and bring a new dawn to Lumiere. Harry stopped walking. Lightning in his blood, you think that's about my scar? Armin, who had been silently following them, spoke up. The signs were unmistakable. Born as the 7th month dies. Marked by darkness. Proven by trial of 3 elements. His gaze flicked to Harry's forehead. The Triwizard Tournament sealed our certainty. But I'm not a king. I'm just, here we are. Gabrielle interrupted, pushing open an ornate silver door. The room beyond was larger than the entire Dursley house. A 4-poster bed draped in midnight blue stood against one wall. A balcony offered the promised view, while a sitting area with comfortable chairs surrounded a small indoor fountain that bubbled with water that seemed to glow from within. The bathing chamber is through there, Gabrielle pointed to another door. New clothes are in the wardrobe. Oh. And this, she hurried to a covered perch where a snowy owl dozed. We thought you might miss her. Hedwig. Harry rushed over. The owl opened one eye, gave an approving hoot, and went back to sleep. How did you? Royal magic has its privileges, Armin said with a small smile. Rest, Harry Potter. Tomorrow, you begin to learn what it means to be the king of Lumiere. After they left, Harry sank onto the edge of the bed, head spinning. 24 hours ago, he'd been a prisoner at Privet Drive, cut off from the magical world. Now he was apparently destined to become king of a secret magical kingdom. Mental, he muttered to himself. Absolutely mental. Yet as he stepped onto the balcony and gazed out at the glittering city below, something deep inside him resonated with recognition. The dreams hadn't done it justice. The air itself felt different here, charged with magic that called to him like an old friend. A knock at the door roused him from his thoughts. Fleur entered, now wearing a simple silver circlet in her hair. How was the council meeting? Harry asked. She grimaced. As expected. Some support your arrival. Others fear change. She joined him on the balcony, her shoulder brushing his. How are you feeling, Harry? Like I've fallen into someone else's story, he admitted. Yesterday I was just Harry Potter, unwanted nephew and boy who lived. Now I'm supposedly destined to be a king. Fleur turned to face him fully. You were never just Harry Potter. Not to me. Not since I saw you face the dragon. Her voice grew softer. Do you know why I came to find you myself, instead of sending guards or officials? Because I remember your face when they called your name from the goblet. You never wanted to be chosen, yet you faced every challenge with courage. I had help, Harry said, thinking of Hermione's research, mad eyes, no, Barty Crouch's, hints. We all need help, Harry. Even kings. She leaned against the balcony railing. Especially kings. You still haven't really explained why you believe I'm this prophesied king. Fleur pulled something from her pocket, a small crystal vial containing what looked like a swirling silver memory, similar to those Harry had seen in Dumbledore's pensieve. This is the original prophecy, spoken by my ancestor Queen Soleil 7 centuries ago. Would you like to see it? Harry nodded. Fleur uncorked the vial and tipped the contents into the fountain. The glowing water swirled, then rose up in a column that expanded into a viewing portal. A regal woman with Fleur's features but much older appeared in the misty display. Her eyes rolled back, glowing silver, as she spoke in a voice that echoed with power, when the kingdom stands divided and shadows gather at our borders, seek the foreign king. Born as the 7th month dies, marked by darkness yet carrying light within. Thrice tested by fire, water, and earth, he will come from across the veil of stars. Lightning in his blood, death's touch upon his brow, he shall unite the ancient magics and forge a new path for Lumiere. The foreign king and the daughter of light shall together face the darkness that threatens to devour us all. The image faded, and the water returned to the fountain. July 31st, Harry murmured. My birthday. The lightning scar. The Triwizard Tournament tasks. Fire, the dragon, Fleur nodded. Water, the lake. Earth, The maze. You faced them all. And the daughter of light? Harry asked, though he already suspected. Fleur means flower in French, she said softly. But my full name is Fleur de la Lumiere. Flower of light. Their eyes met, and Harry felt a strange connection, different from the pull of her villa allure, deeper, more genuine. Why now? He asked. Why bring me here this summer? Her expression darkened. Because the shadows the prophecy mentions are gathering. Strange magic has been detected at our borders. The council is divided on how to respond. Some, like Lord Devereux, believe we should seal ourselves away completely. Others want to forge new alliances with the outside world. And now that he who must not be named has returned. You know about that? Harry was surprised. We have our ways of monitoring important events. Your minister may deny it, but we know the truth. She hesitated. There's another reason. The Triwizard Tournament wasn't just a competition for me. I was sent to evaluate you, to see if you might be the one from the prophecy. Harry felt a flash of betrayal. So all that time, no, she cut him off firmly. My mission was to observe you, nothing more. What I felt, she stopped, a blush coloring her cheeks. That was unexpected. Before Harry could ask what she meant, another knock came at the door. A stern-looking man in formal robes entered and bowed stiffly. Princess, Lord Devereux requests an immediate audience with you and the visitor. The way he said visitor made it clear what he thought of Harry's presence. Tell Lord Devereux that we will meet with him tomorrow, Fleur replied coolly. Harry has just arrived and needs rest. My lord was most insistent, the man pressed. He wishes to verify certain claims about the prophecy. Harry straightened his shoulders. I'll meet him. Now. Fleur looked at him with surprise, then nodded. Very well. Marcel, please inform Lord Devereux we will join him in the Silver Hall shortly. After the man left, Fleur turned to Harry. You don't have to do this tonight. Better to face it head-on, Harry replied. I've had enough of people talking about me behind my back. Fleur's smile was approving. Perhaps you are more ready for this than you know. She opened the wardrobe and selected a set of midnight blue robes with silver trim. These should fit. Lord Devereux is traditional. Appearances matter to him. 10 minutes later, Harry walked beside Fleur through the grand corridors of the palace. The robes fit perfectly and were more comfortable than they looked, the fabric light but warm. Lord Devereux heads the oldest noble family in Lumiere, Fleur explained quietly. He leads the traditionalist faction on the council. They believe any contact with the outside world weakens us. And he doesn't think I should be here, Harry guessed. He believes the prophecy has been misinterpreted. That the foreign king means something symbolic, not literal. They entered a circular chamber with walls of polished silver that reflected the light of a central fire burning with blue-white flames. Around the fire sat 7 high-backed chairs, only one currently occupied by a distinguished man with salt-and-pepper hair and piercing eyes. Princess Fleur, he stood and bowed with practiced precision. And this must be the outsider who would be our king. His accent was different from Fleur's, more refined, with barely a trace of French. Lord Devereux, Fleur's voice took on a formal tone Harry hadn't heard before. May I present Harry Potter? Harry, this is Lord Raphael Devereux, head of the noble house of Devereux and royal treasurer. Harry extended his hand. Nice to meet you, sir. Devereux looked at the offered hand as if it were something unpleasant before briefly taking it. Indeed. Please, sit. As they took their seats, Harry felt the weight of Devereux's scrutiny. The man's eyes lingered on his scar. So, Devereux began, you believe yourself to be our prophesied king. Actually, Harry replied calmly, until yesterday, I'd never heard of Lumiere or any prophecy. I'm still trying to understand it all myself. Devereux raised an eyebrow. How convenient. The boy knows nothing of our ways, our history, our magic, yet we are expected to accept him as our ruler. The prophecy, Fleur began. The prophecy speaks of a foreign king who will unite the ancient magics, Devereux cut in. Yet I see before me a half-trained wizard whose knowledge extends only to the limited magic taught at Hogwarts. He leaned forward. Tell me, Mr. Potter, what do you know of Veela magic? Of the elemental bonds that protect our borders? Of the sacred covenants that have preserved our way of life for centuries? Nothing, Harry admitted. But I'm willing to learn. Willing to learn, Devereux repeated with a small, cold smile. How gracious. And while you learn, who protects us from the darkness gathering at our borders? Who maintains the ancient traditions that have kept us safe? The council? The princess? He shook his head. We need strength, not an apprentice playing at kingship. Harry felt a familiar anger rising. It was Snape all over again, judging him based on preconceptions. With respect, Lord Devereux, Harry said, keeping his voice steady, I didn't ask for any of this. I came because Fleur, Princess Fleur, believed I could help. If you think I'm not the person from your prophecy, that's fine. But I've faced Voldemort 4 times and survived. I've killed a basilisk, driven off 100 Dementors, and won the Triwizard Tournament. I know what darkness looks like. The fire in the center of the room flared higher as Harry spoke, its blue flames reaching toward the ceiling. Devereux's eyes widened slightly. Interesting, he murmured. The sacred flame responds to you. He stood abruptly. You may have some connection to our magic after all, Mr. Potter. But connection is not the same as worthiness. If you truly wish to prove yourself, you will undergo the traditional trials of ascension. Trials? Harry asked. 3 tests to prove a ruler's worthiness, Fleur explained, her expression concerned. They haven't been used in generations. Because they haven't been needed, Devereux countered. If Mr. Potter truly is our prophesied king, he should have no difficulty passing them. He turned to Harry. What say you, boy? Will you submit to the ancient judgment? Harry stood to face him directly. I'll take your trials, Lord Devereux. Not because I want to be king, but because if this prophecy is real and I can help protect your people, Fleur's people, then that's what I'll do. The corner of Devereux's mouth twitched. Very well. The trials will commence in 3 days' time. Until then, you may familiarize yourself with our kingdom. He bowed to Fleur. Princess. I take my leave. After he departed, Fleur let out a long breath. That was unexpected. What are these trials exactly? Harry asked. They're designed to test courage, wisdom, and magical strength, she replied. They haven't been used since my great-grandmother took the throne. They're dangerous, Harry. You don't have to do this. Yes, I do, he said firmly. You brought me here for a reason. If these trials prove I'm meant to help, then I'll face them. He gave her a small smile. Besides, after dragons and mere people, how bad can they be? Fleur didn't return his smile. You should get some rest. Tomorrow, your training begins. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through tall windows and the unfamiliar softness of silk sheets. For a moment, he thought he was still dreaming, until memories of the night before flooded back. A soft knock at the door preceded the entrance of a young woman with copper-colored hair carrying a tray of food. Unlike Fleur and Gabrielle, her features were sharper, with something almost feline in her golden eyes. Your breakfast, sir, she said, setting the tray down on a small table. The princess asked me to inform you that she will meet you in the East Garden in 1 hour. Thank you, Harry said, getting up. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. The woman looked startled, as if guests rarely asked for her name. Celeste, sir. I serve in the royal household. Nice to meet you, Celeste. And please, call me Harry. All this, sir, business feels weird. Her expression remained guarded. As you wish. Harry. She turned to leave, then paused. Is it true what they say? That you've faced the Dark Lord multiple times? Yeah, it's true. Though it was mostly luck and help from my friends. Celeste studied him for a moment. We shall see, she said cryptically before departing. After enjoying a breakfast of pastries filled with fruit he didn't recognize and a sweet, energizing tea, Harry dressed in the clothes laid out for him, comfortable trousers and a tunic in deep green. He found his way through the palace corridors, following Fleur's directions to the East Garden. The garden was a marvel of magical horticulture. Flowers in colors Harry had never seen before bloomed alongside trees with silver bark and blue leaves. Butterflies with wings that changed color mid-flight danced between the plants, and small fountains tinkled musically. Fleur sat on a stone bench, deep in conversation with Armin. She wore simpler clothes than the previous night, fitted trousers, boots, and a light blue tunic with her hair braided back practically. Ah, Harry, she smiled as he approached. I hope you slept well. Better than I have in weeks, he admitted. This place, there's something about it. You feel it already, Armin nodded approvingly. The resonance. The kingdom's magic recognizing your own. Is that common? Harry asked. No, Fleur replied. Most outsiders feel nothing, or experience our magic as overwhelming. That you find it comforting is significant. Enough to convince Lord Devereux. Armin chuckled dryly. Raphael Devereux would remain skeptical if Merlin himself arrived claiming to be the prophesied king. His family has governed Lumiere's finances for 12 generations. They see change as threat. We have 3 days to prepare you for the trials, Fleur said, bringing them back to the matter at hand. Today, we begin with history and magic theory. Tomorrow, practical applications. What exactly will I face in these trials? Harry asked. Fleur and Armin exchanged glances. We don't know precisely, Fleur admitted. The trials are different for each candidate, drawing from their own magic and memories. That sounds ominous. It is meant to be challenging, Armin said. But not impossible. The trials seek to reveal, not destroy. The next hours were filled with more information than Harry could possibly absorb. Armin explained Lumiere's founding during the height of witch hunts in medieval Europe, when a group of powerful magical beings, led by Vila, created a hidden sanctuary in the Pyrenees Mountains. Unlike wizard enclaves, which merely hide in plain sight, Lumiere exists in what we call a fold, a pocket of space connected to but separate from your world, Armin explained. The veil of stars is more than a boundary, it's a dimensional threshold. Like a parallel universe? Harry asked, thinking of Hermione's Muggle science books. Similar, yet connected. Think of it as a hidden page in a book, existing alongside the others but visible only to those who know how to find it. Fleur took over, explaining the unique magic of Lumiere, a blend of Vila fire magic, elemental bonds with the land itself, and ancient protective enchantments. Our magic differs from wand magic, she demonstrated by conjuring a small flame in her palm without a wand. It comes from within, shaped by emotion and will rather than incantation and wand movement. Harry watched, fascinated. Could I learn that? That's what we intend to find out, she replied with a small smile. The prophecy speaks of uniting the ancient magics. Perhaps that means bringing together your wizarding magic with ours. After lunch, served in a small pavilion overlooking a crystalline lake, they moved on to Lumiere's political structure. The monarch holds central authority, Armin explained, advised by the Council of Seven. Each council member represents a faction, the noble houses, the guardian corps, the artisans, the scholars, the healers, the elemental wardens, and the voice of the common folk. And they all have different opinions about me, Harry guessed. Indeed, Fleur nodded. Lord Devereux speaks for the noble houses, who generally oppose outside influence. Madame Sombre, who represents the scholars, supports your arrival, as does Healer Claremont. The others remained to be convinced. By evening, Harry's head was swimming with names, dates, and concepts. They dined in Fleur's private chambers, a suite of rooms decorated in shades of blue and silver, with large windows overlooking the city. Gabrielle joined them, peppering Harry with questions about Hogwarts and his adventures. Her enthusiasm was infectious, a welcome break from the weight of prophecies and politics. "Will you show Harry the moonlight gardens tonight?" Gabrielle asked her sister. "They're at their best during the full moon." "If Harry isn't too tired," Fleur replied, giving him a questioning look. "I'd like that," Harry said. After a day of history lessons, the prospect of seeing more of this magical kingdom appealed to him. After dinner, Fleur led him through the palace to a set of silver doors engraved with phases of the moon. Guards posted at the entrance bowed as they approached. "The moonlight gardens are one of our most sacred spaces," Fleur explained as the doors swung open. "They've existed since Lumiere's founding." Harry stepped through and gasped. The garden beyond was unlike anything he'd ever seen. Plants that seemed made of living silver and crystal grew in elegant patterns around pools of water that glowed from within. Above, the full moon shone impossibly large and bright, its light creating shifting patterns across the garden floor. "This is incredible," Harry breathed. "Is this what Lumiere is all about? Beauty and magic combined?" In part, Fleur led him along a path of smooth stones that glimmered underfoot. "But beauty can hide darkness, Harry. Not everyone in Lumiere welcomes change." They stopped beside a pool where luminescent fish swam in lazy circles. Fleur's expression turned serious in the moonlight. "There is something I have not told you. Something about the prophecy and why some oppose your presence so strongly." "I figured there was more to it," Harry said. "Let me guess, the part about uniting magics means changing how things work here." Fleur nodded, impressed. "The full prophecy, the part few outside the royal family know, speaks of the foreign king bringing the end of isolation and the beginning of a new age. Those like Devereux fear what that means. For centuries, our safety has depended on remaining hidden, separate. But you don't agree?" "I believe isolation has become stagnation," she said quietly. "We've cut ourselves off from new ideas, new magic. The outside world has changed, Harry. Voldemort's return affects us too, whether Devereux wishes to admit it or not." Harry considered this. "So I'm not just here to help protect Lumiere from some threat, but to change it?" "To help it evolve," Fleur corrected. "To find a new path forward that preserves what makes us special while allowing us to engage with the wider magical world." "That's a lot," Harry admitted. "I'm not sure I'm qualified to revolutionize an entire kingdom." Fleur touched his arm lightly. "The prophecy wouldn't have identified you if you weren't capable." Her blue eyes met his. "I wouldn't have brought you here if I didn't believe in you." Something shifted between them in that moment. A connection deeper than mentor and student, different from the formal relationship of princess and potential king. The peaceful moment shattered as shouts erupted from beyond the garden walls. Fleur's head snapped up, her expression alarmed. "Those are the alarm calls," she said, already moving toward the exit. "Something's breached the outer wards." They raced through the palace corridors, following the sounds of commotion. Guards rushed past them, weapons drawn, not wands, but crystalline spears that glowed with inner light. They emerged onto a wide balcony overlooking the city. In the distance, near the edge of the valley, flashes of red and purple light illuminated the night sky. "An attack?" Harry asked, reaching instinctively for his wand. "Impossible," Fleur breathed. "No outsider can find Lumiere without being guided through the veil." Armin hurried toward them, his usually composed face tight with concern. "Princess. The eastern boundary is under assault. Something's trying to force its way through the elemental barrier." "What is it?" Fleur demanded. "Unknown. The wardens report dark magic unlike anything they've encountered." His gaze shifted to Harry. "It began shortly after your arrival. You think I led them here? Harry felt a chill. No, Fleur said firmly. But your presence may have resonated with the veil in ways we didn't anticipate. A guard approached, bowing hastily. Princess, Lord Devereux requests your presence in the war room immediately. He suggests the outsider remain confined to his quarters. Harry saw Fleur's jaw tighten. Tell Lord Devereux I will join him shortly, and Mr. Potter comes with me. His experience with dark magic may prove valuable. The guard hesitated, then nodded and departed. You don't have to include me, Harry said quietly. If it will make things easier with Devereux, this is exactly why you're here, Harry, Fleur cut him off. If the prophecy is true, if you are meant to help us face darkness, then excluding you now would be foolish. She held his gaze. Are you with me? Harry nodded, feeling that same strange resonance he'd noticed since arriving, as if something deep within him recognized this place, these challenges, as where he was meant to be. Always. The war room was a circular chamber dominated by a large three-dimensional map of Lumiere that hovered in the air, glowing with magical indicators. Red sparks clustered at the eastern edge, pulsing ominously. Lord Devereux stood with several others Harry hadn't met, all wearing expressions of varying concern. His eyebrows rose when Harry entered with Fleur. Princess, this is hardly the time for sightseeing tours, he said coolly. Mr. Potter has more practical experience fighting dark magic than anyone in this room, Fleur replied. His insight could prove valuable. A tall woman with sleek black hair and sharp features stepped forward. The princess is right. New perspectives may be exactly what we need. She offered Harry a smile that didn't quite reach her calculating eyes. Madame Sombre, head of the scholars. Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Potter. Harry nodded politely, instantly wary. Something about her reminded him of Lucius Malfoy, smooth charm concealing colder purposes. What exactly are we facing? He asked, focusing on the map. A broad-shouldered man in armor emblazoned with elemental symbols answered. Something is probing our eastern barrier. It's using magic that seems to twist around our wards rather than attack them directly. Like it's looking for a weakness? Harry suggested, thinking of how Voldemort had manipulated the Triwizard Tournament to get to him. Precisely, the man nodded, looking at Harry with new interest. Warden Belcourt, at your service. The attack pattern is methodical, testing different points sequentially. Can we see it? Harry asked. What's actually trying to get through? Fleur gestured to the map, which zoomed in on the affected area. A shadowy mass pressed against an invisible barrier, tendrils of dark energy probing along its length. It resembles no creature I've ever encountered, Armin murmured. Harry stepped closer to the map, studying the movement pattern. It doesn't look like a creature. It looks like a spell, a seeking spell. He turned to the others. Voldemort used something similar to locate me last year. It doesn't attack directly, it searches for connections, things it can use. And what would it be searching for here? Devereux asked skeptically. Me, perhaps, Harry said quietly. Or something connected to me. A horrible thought occurred to him. When you brought me through the veil, could something have followed? The room fell silent as everyone considered the possibility. Impossible, Warden Belcourt finally said. The veil permits passage only to those specifically guided by someone with royal blood. Unless, Madame Sombre interjected smoothly, the intruder is somehow connected to Mr. Potter's magic. The prophecy speaks of him uniting magics, perhaps this is an unforeseen consequence. Harry didn't miss the calculating look she exchanged with Devereux. They were using this to discredit him. If that's true, Harry said firmly, then I should help stop it. You. Devereux scoffed. You don't even understand our defensive magic. No, Harry agreed, but I understand whatever's trying to get in better than you do. If it's connected to Voldemort, to me, then I might be able to disrupt it. Fleur studied him for a moment, then nodded decisively. Warden Belcourt, prepare a flying escort. We leave for the eastern boundary immediately. Princess, I must protest, Devereux began. Your protest is noted, Lord Devereux, Fleur cut him off with royal authority. As Crown Princess, the defense of the realm falls under my jurisdiction. You are welcome to accompany us or remain here to coordinate from the war room. Devereux's expression tightened, but he bowed stiffly. I will remain here, Princess. Someone must maintain order should your expedition prove unsuccessful. 20 minutes later, Harry found himself on another silver broomstick, this one larger and sturdier than the one Fleur had used to bring him to Lumiere. They flew in formation, Fleur and Harry in the center, flanked by 6 guards including the stern Marcel and, surprisingly, Celeste, the server he'd met that morning. She's not just a household servant, Fleur explained, seeing his confusion. Celeste is one of our best scouts, with elemental affinities for both fire and air. As they approached the eastern boundary, Harry felt the air grow heavier, charged with conflicting magic. The shadowy mass was visible now without the map, a writhing darkness pressing against what looked like a shimmering curtain of blue-white energy. They landed on a rocky outcropping about 50 yards from the disturbance. Up close, Harry could hear it, a high, cold whispering that sent chills down his spine. That sound, he said quietly to Fleur. I've heard it before. In the Chamber of Secrets, and in the graveyard when Voldemort returned. Dark magic has its own resonance, Warden Belcourt nodded grimly. Princess, the barrier is holding, but whatever this is, it's persistent. We've tried repulsion spells, counter-seeking enchantments, even offensive fire magic. It's not trying to break through, Harry observed, watching the shadow's movements. It's mapping the barrier. Learning it. He thought hard, trying to remember everything Dumbledore had ever told him about protective magic. What anchors your barrier? Elemental keystones, Fleur replied. 7 points around the kingdom's perimeter where the barrier is tied to the land itself. An idea struck Harry. Is one of those keystones near here? Fleur and Belcourt exchanged glances. Yes, Belcourt answered carefully. About 100 yards north. Why? Because that's what it's looking for, Harry said with certainty. Not a way through the barrier, but a way to weaken it by attacking its foundations. How could you possibly know that? Marcel demanded suspiciously. Harry gestured to his scar. Because I have a connection to Voldemort. I can sense how he thinks sometimes. This is exactly the kind of approach he'd take, patient, methodical, looking for structural weaknesses rather than using brute force. If you're right, Fleur said slowly, then we need to strengthen the keystone immediately. I want to try something first, Harry said, stepping toward the barrier. If this shadow is connected to me somehow, maybe I can disrupt it. Harry, wait, Fleur reached for him, but he was already moving forward. As Harry approached the barrier, the shadowy mass seemed to sense him. It paused its probing and shifted, gathering itself directly opposite him. The whispering intensified, becoming almost words, hissing, sibilant sounds that reminded him uncomfortably of Parseltongue. Harry drew his wand and stopped just short of the barrier. If you're looking for me, he said clearly, I'm right here. The shadow pulsed, stretching toward him. Harry raised his wand, focusing on the feeling of Lumiere's magic that had been surrounding him since his arrival, that sense of belonging, of rightness. Expecto Patronum. He shouted, thinking not of his usual happy memories, but of the moonlit garden, of Fleur's confidence in him, of the strange feeling that he'd found a place where he truly fit. The stag that burst from his wand was different, larger, more substantial, with a silvery blue glow rather than its usual silver-white. It charged directly at the barrier. Harry expected the Patronus to stop at the boundary, but instead, it passed through as if the barrier didn't exist, colliding with the shadow in an explosion of light. The shadow writhed, its whispering rising to a screech that made everyone cover their ears. Then, abruptly, it collapsed in on itself and vanished. Silence fell. Harry lowered his wand, feeling suddenly drained. What was that? Marcel asked, staring at where the shadow had been. A Patronus charm, Harry replied, swaying slightly. It's meant to repel Dementors, but I thought, if the shadow was connected to dark magic. Fleur caught his arm as he stumbled. You shouldn't have been able to send magic through the barrier, she said, her voice hushed with wonder. No outsider can affect our defenses that way. Unless, Warden Belcourt said slowly, he isn't truly an outsider at all. The implications of that statement hung in the air as they returned to the palace. Harry spent most of the flight fighting exhaustion, the magical exertion having taken more out of him than he expected. Back in the war room, Lord Devereux and Madame Sombre listened to their report with carefully neutral expressions. Fascinating, Madame Sombre murmured when Fleur described Harry's Patronus passing through the barrier. It seems Mr. Potter's magic resonates with Lumiere in unexpected ways. Or dangerous ones, Devereux countered. If his presence attracts such attacks, the attack began before Harry arrived, Fleur interrupted. The timing suggests it was waiting for something, perhaps sensing the prophecy's fulfillment was near. Regardless, Warden Belcourt interjected, we should double the guard on all keystones and strengthen the monitoring enchantments. If this shadow returns, I'll work with the scholars to analyze what we observed, Madame Sombre offered smoothly. Perhaps we can identify what manner of magic we're facing. The discussion continued, but Harry found it increasingly difficult to focus. Fleur noticed his fatigue and quietly excused them both. You need rest, she said as they walked back toward his chambers. Using magic through the barrier would drain even an experienced Lumiere mage. Something about that shadow felt familiar, Harry admitted. Not just Voldemort, something else. Like it knew me. Fleur's expression grew troubled. We have ancient enemies, Harry. Beings that opposed Lumiere's founding and have sought our destruction for centuries. Perhaps they sensed the prophecies unfolding too. They reached his door, and Fleur hesitated. What you did tonight. It was reckless but brave. Exactly what the prophecy suggested you would bring, new approaches, different magic. I just did what felt right, Harry shrugged. That instinct, trusting your magic, will serve you well in the trials. She touched his arm lightly. Rest now. Tomorrow, we begin your practical training. As Harry prepared for bed, his mind raced despite his exhaustion. Everything was happening so quickly, the prophecy, the kingdom, the attack. Part of him wondered if he should contact Dumbledore or his friends, let them know where he was. But another part, a growing part, felt that this was exactly where he was meant to be. Away from the boy who lived legacy, from Dumbledore's cryptic guidance and the Ministry's denial of Voldemort's return. Here in Lumiere, he wasn't defined by his past or controlled by others' expectations. Here, strangely enough, he felt free. The next 2 days passed in a blur of training. Fleur and various instructors worked with Harry from dawn until dusk, teaching him the basics of Lumiere's wandless magic. It was frustrating at first, after years of channeling magic through his wand, trying to summon it directly from within was like learning to use muscles he didn't know he had. Feel the connection to the elements around you, Fleur instructed as they stood in a practice chamber. Our magic doesn't separate wizard from world, it recognizes the flow of energy between them. Harry closed his eyes, trying to sense what she described. After several failed attempts at conjuring even the smallest flame, he felt a momentary connection, like a current flowing through him and out to his surroundings. There! Fleur exclaimed as a tiny blue spark flickered briefly between his fingers. You felt it, didn't you? Harry nodded, surprised by how different it felt from wand magic, more intimate somehow, as if the magic truly was part of him rather than a tool he wielded. It's like, when I cast a Patronus, he tried to explain. That same feeling of drawing on something inside me, not just saying the right words. Exactly, Fleur smiled. Emotion fuels our magic. Intent shapes it. Words are secondary. By the end of the second day, Harry could consistently produce small flames and minor air currents, though nowhere near Fleur's level of control. Still, his progress impressed his instructors. "He learns quickly," Armin remarked to Fleur as they watched Harry practice with Celeste, who had warmed to him considerably after the boundary incident. Perhaps too quickly for Devereux's comfort. Indeed, news of Harry's growing abilities spread through the palace, along with rumors about his role in repelling the shadow attack. Some, like Gabrielle and the younger palace staff, regarded him with open curiosity and excitement. Others, particularly those aligned with the traditionalist faction, watched him with suspicion. On the evening before the trials, Harry sat with Fleur in a small private dining room, picking at his food despite his hunger. "You should eat," Fleur advised. "You'll need your strength tomorrow." "I keep thinking about what those shadows were," Harry admitted. "And whether they'll come back." "The wardens have reported no further disturbances," Fleur assured him. "Whatever you did seems to have driven them away, at least temporarily." Harry nodded, but couldn't shake his unease. "Fleur, there's something I've been wondering. If I pass these trials, what happens then? Do I become king immediately? What about my friends, Hogwarts, Voldemort?" Fleur set down her glass. "If you pass the trials, you would be formally recognized as king designate. The actual coronation would follow a period of preparation and training." She hesitated. "As for the outside world, that would be for you to decide. The prophecy speaks of uniting magics, not abandoning one for the other." "So I could still attend Hogwarts? Help fight Voldemort?" "Perhaps. It would be unprecedented, but then, everything about you is unprecedented, Harry Potter." Her blue eyes held his. "The question is, what do you want?" It was a question no one had really asked him before. What did he want, beyond survival and protecting his friends? "I want to make a difference," he said finally. "All my life, I've been reacting, to the Dursleys, to Voldemort, to whatever crisis comes next. For once, I'd like to build something, not just fight against destruction." Fleur's expression softened. "Then perhaps the prophecy has brought you exactly where you need to be." A knock at the door interrupted them. Gabrielle burst in, eyes wide with excitement. "They're ready. The trials chamber is prepared." She practically bounced in place. "Everyone's talking about it. Lord Devereux has invited all the noble families to witness. He's turning it into a spectacle," Fleur frowned. "The trials are meant to be sacred, not entertainment." "Or he's making sure everyone sees when I fail," Harry suggested dryly. "You won't fail," Gabrielle said with absolute certainty. "I've dreamed about this, Harry. You standing in the circle of light, crowned with stars." Harry smiled at her enthusiasm, though his stomach tightened with apprehension. "Let's hope your dreams are better predictors than Professor Trelawney's." Later that night, unable to sleep, Harry stood on his balcony gazing at the moonlit city. The beauty of Lumiere still took his breath away, the glowing streets, the elegant spires, the magic that seemed to infuse every stone and tree. A soft sound behind him made him turn. Fleur stood in the doorway, wearing a simple blue robe with her hair loose around her shoulders. "I thought you might be awake," she said, joining him at the railing. "Nervous?" "Terrified," Harry admitted. "Not of the trials themselves, but of disappointing everyone. You, Gabrielle, all the people who believe in this prophecy. The trials don't seek perfection, Harry. They seek truth." She turned to face him fully. "Whatever happens tomorrow, you've already changed Lumiere just by being here. You made us question our isolation, our traditions. You showed us different kinds of courage." "That's not exactly reassuring," Harry said with a weak laugh. "What if the truth is I'm not meant to be your king?" Fleur reached out, her fingers lightly brushing his cheek in a gesture that sent warmth cascading through him. "Then you'll still be Harry Potter, the boy who faced a dragon to save a friend, who dove into a lake to rescue strangers, who survived darkness that would break most wizards." Her voice softened. "The boy I couldn't stop thinking about after leaving Hogwarts." The air between them changed, charged with something beyond magic. Harry found himself leaning closer, drawn by a pull that had nothing to do with Vila Allure. A distant boom shattered the moment, followed by flashing lights near the eastern boundary, the same location as the previous attack. "Not again," Fleur whispered, already turning toward the sound. This time, the attack was different, more violent, more direct. The shadow had returned, but now it hammered against the barrier with focused intensity, sending visible cracks spreading through the blue-white energy field. The war room was chaos when they arrived, council members shouting over each other as the magical map showed multiple breach attempts. "It's not just the eastern boundary anymore," Warden Belcourt reported grimly. "We have simultaneous attacks at 3 keystones." "Impossible," Lord Devereux's usual composure had cracked. "No force has breached our defenses in 700 years. Until now," Madame Sombre said, pointing to the map where a small dark spot had penetrated the barrier near the northeastern keystone. "Something's gotten through." Fleur's face went pale. "The trials chamber is near that keystone." "This is no coincidence," Armand said gravely. "Whatever seeks entry knows about the trials." "We must postpone them," Devereux insisted. "Security takes precedence over prophecy." "No," Harry said firmly. Everyone turned to look at him. "That's exactly what they want. These attacks started when I arrived, when the prophecy began to fulfill itself. Postponing the trials won't stop them, it might make things worse." "The boy is right," Armand nodded. "Prophecies denied often exact a greater price than prophecies fulfilled." "I'll go to the northeastern keystone," Harry continued. "Whatever's gotten through, I can face it. My magic affected these shadows before." "Absolutely not," Devereux snapped. "You have no authority to." "I'll go with him," Fleur interrupted. "As Crown Princess, I have the authority to investigate threats to the realm. If Harry's magic is effective against these shadows, we'd be fools not to use that advantage." Devereux looked like he wanted to object further, but Madame Sombre placed a restraining hand on his arm. "Let them go, Raphael. If the outsider wishes to prove himself before the trials, we should allow it." Something about her tone made Harry suspicious, but there wasn't time to dwell on it. Within minutes, he and Fleur were airborne again, accompanied by Marcel, Celeste, and 4 other guards. The northeastern keystone stood atop a rocky spire overlooking a deep gorge. It was a massive crystal formation that pulsed with blue-white light in rhythm with the barrier surrounding the kingdom. As they approached, Harry saw the damage. A section of the barrier nearby flickered and wavered, and dark tendrils had slipped through the gap. "There." Celeste pointed to movement among the rocks below the keystone. "Something's climbing toward it." They swooped lower. The shadow that had breached the barrier was taking physical form, a writhing mass of darkness condensing into something vaguely humanoid with too many limbs and no discernible face. "What is that thing?" Marcel breathed, raising his crystalline spear. "It doesn't matter," Harry said, gripping his wand tightly. "We can't let it reach the keystone." They landed on the rocky platform surrounding the crystal. The shadow creature sensed their presence and paused in its climb, turning what might have been a head toward them. The whispering started again, but this time, Harry could almost make out words. "Potter, found you, Master calls." "It's definitely connected to Voldemort," Harry told Fleur. "It knows me." The creature resumed its climb, moving with unnatural speed. The guards formed a protective circle around the keystone, weapons ready. "Our weapons had little effect on the shadow before," Marcel warned. "Then we try something new," Fleur said, her expression determined. She turned to Harry. "The Patronus worked once. Could we combine our magic? Your Patronus charm with our elemental fire?" "I don't know," Harry admitted. "I've never tried combining magical styles before." "The prophecy says you will unite the ancient magics," Fleur reminded him. Perhaps this is what it meant. The creature had nearly reached their level. Harry could feel its malevolent focus, its single-minded purpose to destroy the keystone. "Tell me what to do," he said to Fleur. Cast your Patronus, but don't release it immediately, she instructed. Hold it at the tip of your wand. Celeste, Marcel, and I will channel our fire magic into it. Harry nodded, raising his wand. Expecto Patronum, he cried, focusing on his strongest happy memories. The silver-blue stag formed at his wand tip, pawing the air but not charging forward. Fleur stepped close behind him, one hand on his shoulder, the other extended beside his wand. Her palm glowed with blue-white fire. On either side of them, Celeste and Marcel did the same, their fire orange-gold and green-white respectively. Now, Fleur whispered, direct your intent toward the shadow. Feel our magic joining with yours. The 3 streams of elemental fire flowed toward Harry's wand, surrounding and infusing the Patronus. The stag's form shifted, growing larger, its antlers extending like branches of light. Where the magics merged, new colors formed, deep purples, vibrant greens, colors Harry had no names for. The shadow creature reached the platform edge, rearing up to its full height, easily twice as tall as a man. It lunged toward the keystone. Now! Harry shouted, releasing the transformed Patronus. The creature charged straight at the shadow, no longer silver blue but a shifting rainbow of magical energy. When they collided, the explosion was blinding, a burst of light that forced everyone to shield their eyes. When Harry could see again, the shadow was gone, and his enhanced Patronus stood guard beside the keystone, more solid and present than any Patronus he'd ever cast. It worked, Fleur breathed, her voice filled with wonder. You united our magics. The stag turned its head toward Harry, bowed once, then dispersed into motes of multicolored light that flowed into the keystone. The crystal pulsed brighter, and the nearby breach in the barrier sealed itself with a sound like a deep bell ringing. The other attacks, Marcel reported, checking a communication crystal, they've stopped. All shadows have retreated. Harry swayed, suddenly exhausted. Fleur caught him, supporting his weight. That was intense, he managed. You just did something no one in Lumiere's history has accomplished, she said softly. You truly bridged our magics. They returned to the palace in triumph, but Harry was too drained to fully appreciate the significance of what had happened. He fell into bed still wearing his clothes and was asleep within seconds. He dreamed of stags made of rainbow light, of shadows whispering his name, and of Fleur's hand in his as they stood before a throne made of crystal and stars. Morning came too quickly. Harry woke to Gabrielle bouncing on the edge of his bed. Wake up. It's trial day. Everyone's talking about what happened last night. Harry groaned, every muscle aching as if he'd played a week's worth of Quidditch matches in one go. What time is it? Nearly 9. The trials begin at noon. She thrust a tray of breakfast at him. Eat. You'll need your strength. By the time Harry had eaten, bathed, and dressed in the formal robes laid out for him, midnight blue with silver and gold embroidery, the palace was humming with activity. Servants rushed through the corridors, nobles in elaborate dress gathered in small clusters, and an air of expectation hung over everything. Armand met him outside his chambers, his usual reserved expression replaced by barely contained excitement. What you did last night has changed everything, the older man said as they walked. Even the most skeptical traditionalists cannot deny the significance of healing a keystone and merging our magic with yours. Does that mean I don't have to take the trials? Harry asked hopefully. Armand chuckled. Nice try. The trials are sacred tradition. But I suspect they may be different for you than for previous candidates. They entered a part of the palace Harry hadn't seen before, older, with rougher stone walls and ancient runes carved into the floors. The temperature dropped noticeably, and the ambient magic felt thicker, more primal. The old keep, Armand explained. The first structure built in Lumiere. The trials chamber lies beneath it. They descended a spiral staircase that seemed to go on forever. Finally, they reached a vast underground chamber where hundreds of people had already gathered on tiered seating around a circular platform. The platform was inscribed with complex magical symbols and surrounded by 7 tall crystal pillars. At the far end, raised on a dais, sat an ornate chair, not quite a throne, but clearly a seat of power. Fleur stood beside it, regal in robes of silver and blue, her hair bound up with a delicate tiara. Their eyes met across the chamber, and she gave him a small nod of encouragement. Lord Devereux approached from a side entrance, accompanied by the other council members Harry had met over the past days. His expression was carefully neutral. "Mr. Potter. I trust you're recovered from last night's exertions." "Well enough," Harry replied evenly. "Good. The trials demand full concentration and magical reserves. It would be unfortunate if your earlier heroics left you too drained to complete them." Before Harry could respond, a bell sounded, deep and resonant, silencing the murmuring crowd. Fleur stepped forward, her voice magically amplified to reach every corner of the chamber. "People of Lumiere, we gather today to witness the trials of ascension. For the first time in 7 generations, a candidate stands before us to prove their worthiness to rule." She gestured to Harry. "Harry James Potter has been identified by signs and portents as the one spoken of in Queen Soleil's prophecy, the foreign king who will unite the ancient magics and lead Lumiere into a new era." Whispers rippled through the crowd. Harry tried to stand tall under the weight of hundreds of stares. "The trials will test his courage, wisdom, and magical affinity," Fleur continued. "Should he succeed, he will be recognized as king designate of Lumiere. Should he fail..." She paused. "He will return to the outside world with no memory of our kingdom." That part was news to Harry. He glanced sharply at Armin, who avoided his gaze. "Let the candidate approach the circle of judgment," Fleur concluded. Harry walked forward, feeling every step echo through the chamber. The crowd fell silent as he stepped onto the circular platform. The symbols beneath his feet began to glow faintly. Fleur descended from the dais to stand opposite him at the circle's edge. "Harry James Potter, do you willingly submit to the trials of ascension, knowing they will test the depths of your being and reveal your true nature?" Harry took a deep breath. "I do." "Do you swear to accept the judgment of the trials, whatever that may be?" "I swear." "Then let the trials begin." The 7 crystal pillars surrounding the platform flared to life, each glowing a different color. The symbols beneath Harry's feet brightened until he stood in a web of luminous lines. Fleur stepped back, joining the other council members. Armin stepped forward, carrying an ornate box carved from silvery wood. "The first trial is the trial of past," he announced. "To rule the future, one must first face their history." He opened the box, revealing a small crystal vial containing swirling silver-blue liquid. "Drink," he instructed, offering the vial to Harry. Harry took it, examining the shifting contents. It reminded him of memories in a pensive, but more vibrant, almost alive. "What will it do?" he asked. "Show you your past as it truly was," Armin replied. "Not as you remember it, but as it formed you." Harry uncorked the vial and drank the contents in one gulp. It tasted like ice and starlight, if such things had flavors. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the chamber around him dissolved, replaced by a rush of memories, not just viewed as in a pensieve, but re-experienced with all the emotional intensity of the original moments. His earliest memory of the cupboard under the stairs, the crushing loneliness and confusion of a child who didn't understand why he was unwanted. His first day at school, hoping to make friends only to have Dudley threaten anyone who spoke to him. The first time his accidental magic manifested, sending books flying across the school library when a teacher accused him of lying. The zoo, the vanishing glass, the snake's gratitude. Hagrid breaking down the door, "You're a wizard, Harry." The memories accelerated, rushing through his Hogwarts years, facing Quirrell and Voldemort, the Basilisk, saving Sirius, the Triwizard Tournament, Cedric's death, Voldemort's return. But something was different. These weren't just his memories, he could feel the connections between them, the patterns forming the person he'd become. Each struggle, each victory, each loss had shaped him in specific ways. The loneliness of his childhood had made him value friendship above all. The cupboard had taught him to find inner resources when external ones were denied. Facing Voldemort repeatedly had given him a core of resilience that nothing had broken. The memories slowed, focusing finally on his arrival in Lumiere, the strange sense of belonging, the connection to the magic here that felt both new and somehow familiar. With a jolt, Harry returned to the present, still standing in the circle. But now he understood something that had eluded him before. His past wasn't just a series of hardships to overcome, but the forging of exactly the person needed to fulfill the prophecy. The candidate has completed the trial of past, Armin announced. Let the circle judge. The symbols beneath Harry's feet pulsed once, then changed from white to gold. A murmur ran through the crowd. Fleur's face showed relief, Devereux surprise. The circle accepts his past as worthy, Armin continued. The second trial may begin. The pillars around the circle shifted color, now glowing with deeper, more intense hues. The second trial is the trial of heart, Armin explained. To lead others, one must know the truth of one's own desires and fears. This time, no potion was offered. Instead, the floor beneath Harry began to shimmer and shift, becoming transparent like water. He felt himself sinking slowly into it, though he remained dry. Do not resist, Armin advised as Harry instinctively tried to step back. The trial of heart requires surrender. Harry forced himself to relax, allowing the magical surface to envelop him completely. For a moment, he floated in a void of swirling colors. Then reality reformed around him, but not the trial's chamber. He stood in a version of Lumiere he hadn't seen before. The city gleamed even brighter, its spires reaching higher, its streets filled with people from both the Hidden Kingdom and the outside wizarding world. Hogwarts students mingled with Vila, centaurs walked alongside humans, magical cooperation evident everywhere. At the center of it all stood the palace, transformed into something even more magnificent. On its highest balcony, an older version of himself stood beside Fleur, both wearing crowns that seemed made from captured starlight. They looked out over their kingdom with pride and love. The scene shifted, showing flashes of a possible future, Harry navigating between Lumiere and the outside world, bringing new ideas, new magic. Teaching Hogwarts students the elemental magic of the Vila, while bringing wand techniques to Lumiere's youth. Creating diplomatic ties with magical communities worldwide. Establishing Lumiere as a sanctuary and center of magical cooperation. And through it all, Fleur at his side, their partnership growing from tentative alliance to deep friendship to something more, love based on mutual respect and shared purpose. The vision was so beautiful, so compelling, that Harry reached out instinctively to touch it. The moment he did, it shattered like glass. A new vision formed, darker, more menacing. Lumiere in flames, its barriers broken, Death Eaters pouring through the veil of stars. Voldemort himself stalking through the palace, his snake-like face twisted in triumph. You led me right to them, Harry, Dream Voldemort hissed. Your connection showed me the way. Harry saw the council members executed, the magical artifacts of Lumiere plundered, the Vila enslaved. Worst of all, he saw Fleur kneeling before Voldemort, broken and defeated, her eyes empty of their usual fire. This is the price of your ambition, Dream Voldemort continued. Everything you touch eventually burns. The vision shifted again, showing a third possibility, Harry returning to the outside world, leaving Lumiere behind. Resuming his life at Hogwarts, fighting Voldemort with the Order of the Phoenix, never speaking of the Hidden Kingdom. Lumiere continuing as it had for centuries, isolated but safe. Fleur marrying a Lumiere noble, fulfilling her royal duties without him. A life where they both survived, but separately, the potential of the prophecy unfulfilled. The trial was showing him three paths, glorious fulfillment, catastrophic failure, or safe compromise. It asked which he truly wanted, which he truly feared. Harry floated in the midst of these possibilities, understanding that his answer would determine his worthiness. The easy choice would be the middle path, sacrifice his own happiness to ensure Lumiere's safety. But that wasn't the truth of his heart. "I want the first vision," he said to the swirling magic around him. "I want Lumiere to open to the world, to grow stronger through new connections rather than isolation. I want to help create that future." The darkness swirled closer. "And if your presence brings destruction instead," a voice whispered, sounding eerily like Devereux. "Then I'll face it," Harry replied firmly. Running from possibilities out of fear isn't protection, it's surrender before the battle's even begun. Voldemort is a threat whether I'm here or not. At least here, I can help prepare, can bring knowledge from both worlds. "And Fleur?" the voice asked. "Is your interest in our kingdom merely an interest in our princess?" The question struck closer to home than Harry wanted to admit. His feelings for Fleur had grown complicated over the past days. "Fleur brought me here because of the prophecy, not personal feelings," he answered carefully. "Whatever grows between us should develop naturally, not because a vision showed it as possible." The swirling magic stilled, considering his answers. Then, slowly, it began to recede, lifting him back toward the surface. Harry emerged from the magical floor to find the chamber silent, every eye upon him. The symbols beneath his feet had changed again, now glowing with a deep crimson light. "The candidate has completed the trial of heart," Armin announced, his voice betraying surprise. "Let the circle judge." The symbols pulsed 3 times, then shifted from crimson to gold like the first set. Gasps echoed through the chamber. Even Armin looked startled. "The circle accepts his heart as worthy," he continued after a moment. "The third trial may begin." Harry glanced at Fleur, who was watching him with an unreadable expression. Had she somehow seen his visions? Did she know what future he'd chosen? The crystal pillars shifted again, now emanating pure white light so bright it was almost painful to look at. "The third trial is the trial of magic," Armin declared. "The final and most dangerous test. To rule Lumiere, one must prove mastery of its magic." The floor beneath Harry's feet began to move, the entire circular platform rising from the ground like an elevator. It ascended through an opening in the ceiling that Harry hadn't noticed before, carrying him upward while leaving the spectators below. The platform emerged into a massive domed space directly above the trials chamber. Unlike the ornate architecture below, this room was stark, empty except for 7 crystalline obelisks positioned in a larger circle around the platform. "The Chamber of Elements," Armin's voice echoed from below. "Here, the candidate must demonstrate command of Lumiere's primal magics." The obelisks began to glow one by one, each emanating a different elemental energy: fire, water, air, earth, light, shadow, and a 7th that seemed to contain aspects of all the others. "Each element will challenge you," Armin continued. "You must respond with both your magic and ours, demonstrating the unity the prophecy foretold." The fire obelisk flared first, sending a stream of blue-white flame directly at Harry. Instinctively, he raised his wand to cast a shield charm, but remembered Fleur's lessons about Lumiere's magic. Instead, he reached out with his free hand, feeling for the connection to the elemental energy. The fire hit his outstretched palm, and rather than burning, it swirled around his fingers like a living thing seeking recognition. Harry felt its wild, primal nature, so different from controlled wand fire. He didn't fight it or try to extinguish it. Instead, he welcomed it, allowing it to flow through him. "Incendio Maxima," he whispered, channeling the elemental fire through his wand. The resulting flame was neither purely wizarding nor purely Vila magic, but something new, a spiral of gold and blue that danced in the air before him, responding to his will. The fire obelisk dimmed in acknowledgement. The water obelisk activated next, sending a pressurized torrent toward him. One by one, Harry faced each element: water, air, earth, light, shadow. Each time, he found the connection between his familiar magic and Lumiere's elemental power, creating something that belonged to both traditions yet transcended them. When he reached the 7th obelisk, the one containing aspects of all elements, all 6 previous obelisks reactivated simultaneously, battering him with combined elemental force. Harry staggered under the onslaught, his wand arm burning with the effort of channeling so much diverse magic. This was the true test, not mastery of individual elements, but the ability to harmonize them all. He thought of the vision from the second trial, Lumiere and the outside world united, stronger together than apart. That was what the prophecy meant by uniting magics. Not just combining spells, but bridging worlds. Harry raised his wand high. Expecto Patronum Elementum, he shouted, inventing the incantation on instinct. His stag Patronus burst forth, but transformed, its body composed of swirling elements, fire and water coexisting, earth and air merged, light and shadow balanced. It charged through the elemental storm, absorbing and harmonizing the chaotic energies. The chamber filled with blinding light as the elemental magic reached a crescendo. For a moment, Harry feared he'd made a catastrophic mistake, then the light collapsed inward, condensing into a single point above his head. When his vision cleared, a small object floated before him, a crown made of what looked like solidified starlight, hovering at eye level. The platform began to descend back to the trials chamber below. As Harry returned to view of the audience, a collective gasp went up. The 7 pillars surrounding the circle now blazed with golden light, and the symbols beneath his feet had transformed into a complex starburst pattern. "The circle has judged," Armin announced, his voice filled with awe. "Harry James Potter has completed the trials of ascension and been found worthy. The crown of stars has manifested, the ancient symbol of Lumiere's true ruler." The crowd erupted, some cheering, others too stunned to make a sound. Harry stood in the center of the circle, the floating crown still before him, uncertain what to do next. Fleur stepped forward, entering the circle. Her eyes shone with emotion as she approached him. "You did it," she said softly. "Just as I knew you would." Harry looked at the crown, then back at her. "I still don't fully understand what this means." "It means you are the one the prophecy foretold," she replied. "The foreign king who will help Lumiere face the coming darkness." She gestured to the crown. "Will you accept this responsibility?" Harry hesitated, thinking of everything he'd seen in the trial of heart, both the glorious potential and the terrible risks. "I will," he said finally. "Not because of prophecy or magic, but because it's right. Lumiere can't stay hidden forever, and I can't turn my back on people who need help." He reached up and took the crown, its material cool and impossibly light in his hands. "But I don't want to do this alone," he added, looking directly at Fleur. "The vision I saw, we ruled together. That feels right to me." Fleur's eyes widened in surprise. "You saw that too?" Before Harry could respond, a commotion broke out at the far end of the chamber. Guards rushed in, surrounding Lord Devereux, who struggled in their grip. "Treason!" Marcel announced, his voice cutting through the chaos. "We found this in Lord Devereux's quarters." He held up a small black crystal pulsing with dark energy. "A shadow caller. He's been communicating with forces outside the barrier." The crowd gasped. Devereux stopped struggling, his face a mask of defiance. "You fools," he spat. "I tried to protect Lumiere from this outsider. When you wouldn't listen, I sought help from those who understand the true danger he represents." "Who?" Fleur demanded. "Who did you contact?" Devereux's laugh was bitter. "Those who opposed Lumiere's founding. Those who have waited centuries for revenge. They sensed the prophecy's fulfillment approaching and offered to eliminate the threat." "The shadow attacks," Harry realized. "You helped them target the keystones." "I tried to save us from your progress," Devereux snarled. "Lumiere has survived through isolation. Your vision of openness will destroy us." "Take him to the holding cells," Fleur ordered. "We'll deal with this treachery later." As the guards led Devereux away, Madame Sombre stepped forward. "Princess, there's more. The shadow that breached the barrier last night, we believe it left something behind. A seed of darkness planted somewhere in the palace. Our sensors detect growing dark magic, but we cannot pinpoint the location. A chill ran down Harry's spine. If Voldemort had found a way to plant something inside Lumiere's defenses. The crown in his hands suddenly grew warm. Harry looked down to see it glowing brighter, responding to the threat. "I can find it," he said with certainty. "The crown, it's reacting to the dark magic." Fleur nodded grimly. "Then we must act quickly, before whatever it is fully manifests." The trial of Ascension had ended, but Harry's true test as Lumiere's king was just beginning. Chapter 2, Trials of Fire and Water. The dark seed wasn't hard to find. The crown of stars pulled Harry like a compass needle, leading him directly to the palace library where Madame Sombre kept her private collection. Figured. The quiet ones were always trouble. "It's in there," Harry said, pointing to an ornate black box sitting innocently on a shelf. The crown in his hand pulsed with warning light, practically screaming danger. Marcel approached cautiously, spear raised. "Stand back, everyone." Fleur stepped beside Harry, her hand finding his. "Be ready. Whatever Devereux planted, it won't surrender easily." Marcel flipped the box open with his spear tip. Inside sat what looked like a small obsidian egg, veined with pulsing red light. The moment air touched it, the egg cracked, black smoke pouring out and taking shape, a miniature version of the shadow creature they'd fought at the Keystone. "Well, that's not terrifying at all," Harry muttered, raising his wand. The shadow launched itself toward the ceiling, expanding rapidly, its form stretching and multiplying until dozens of tendrils whipped around the library. Books flew from shelves, furniture splintered, and the guards' crystal spears shattered on contact with the darkness. "Normal weapons aren't working," Marcel shouted, backing away as a tendril lashed at his face. Harry felt the crown warm in his hand. Acting on instinct, he placed it on his head. Power surged through him, not overwhelming but clarifying, like putting on glasses after years of blurry vision. He could see the shadow's structure now, the pattern of dark magic binding it together. "Fleur," he called. "Remember how we merged magic at the Keystone?" She nodded, immediately understanding. "Everyone, channel your elemental magic through Harry." Celeste, Marcel, and 3 other guards positioned themselves in a circle around Harry. Fleur stood directly behind him, her hands on his shoulders. As one, they summoned their elemental affinities, fire, air, water, earth, and light, directing the energy toward Harry. The magic flowed into him, not chaotic but harmonized by the crown's influence. Harry raised his wand and focused on the shadow's core. "Lumos Maxima Elementum," he shouted, combining the simple light spell with the elemental energy surging through him. Pure white light erupted from his wand, not a beam but a wave that expanded outward in all directions. When it touched the shadow, the darkness sizzled and shrank, trying to escape. "It's retreating back to the egg," Armin called from the doorway. "Not today," Harry growled, directing the light to follow the contracting shadow. The darkness shrieked, an unearthly sound like metal scraping metal, before imploding with a thunderclap that rattled the bookshelves. Silence fell. The egg was gone, reduced to a small pile of black ash. Harry lowered his wand, suddenly aware of everyone staring at him. The crown still sat on his head, its light fading to a gentle glow. "That," Gabrielle said from somewhere behind Armin, "was the coolest thing I've ever seen." A laugh bubbled up from Harry's chest, partly relief, partly the absurdity of the situation. Here he was, standing in a wrecked library in a hidden magical kingdom, wearing a crown made of literal starlight, having just destroyed a shadow demon with magic he barely understood. Just another Tuesday for Harry Potter, he joked, and the tension broke as others joined his laughter. Fleur squeezed his shoulder, her eyes bright with pride and something deeper. "How does it feel?" she asked quietly, nodding toward the crown. "Weird," Harry admitted. "Like it's talking to me?" "Not with words, but impressions." He concentrated on the subtle sensations. "It's showing me things, parts of Lumiere I haven't seen, people I haven't met." He paused, frowning. "And danger." There's more coming. Armin stepped forward, his expression grave. The crown of stars has always guided our monarchs, connecting them to the kingdom itself. If it's warning of danger, then we need to prepare, Fleur finished. She turned to the others. Marcel, double the guard on all keystones and establish regular patrols of the barrier. Celeste, activate the secondary wards around the palace. Armin, we need to interrogate Devereux immediately. Harry watched her take charge, impressed by her natural authority. This was a side of Fleur he barely glimpsed during the Triwizard Tournament, the princess beneath the competitor. What about Madame Sombre? Harry asked. This was her private collection. She must have known what was in that box. Fleur's expression darkened. You're right. Marcel, find Madame Sombre and bring her for questioning. No need, a cool voice said from the doorway. Madame Sombre stood there, taking in the destruction with calculating eyes. I see our new king has been exploring my library. Your library contained a dark artifact that nearly destroyed the palace, Fleur countered. Explain yourself. Sombre's smile didn't reach her eyes. An unfortunate oversight. Many ancient artifacts passed through my collection for study. I had no idea Devereux had tampered with any of them. Convenient, Harry said, not buying it for a second. The crown on his head warmed in agreement, sending him a pulse of warning. Indeed, Sombre replied smoothly. Almost as convenient as an outsider arriving just as shadow creatures begin attacking our borders. She swept a mocking bow in Harry's direction. Congratulations on passing the trials, King Designate. I look forward to your reign. With that, she glided away before anyone could stop her. I don't trust her, Harry stated flatly once she was gone. Nor do I, Fleur agreed. But she's powerful among the scholars, and we can't prove her involvement yet. She studied the crown on Harry's head. The formal coronation won't happen for months, but that crown has already chosen you. We should make your status official before Sombre or others can organize opposition. How do we do that? Harry asked. An emergency session of the full council, Armin explained. To acknowledge the results of the trials and confirm your position as King Designate. And after that? Fleur smiled. After that, your real training begins. The full council meeting was a blur of formal declarations, ancient rituals, and political maneuvering. Seated beside Fleur on matching crystal thrones, Harry watched representatives from every faction of Lumiere society debate his legitimacy. The traditionalists were in disarray after Devereux's arrest, but they still had supporters. The progressives, led by Healer Claremont, a kind-faced woman with silver-streaked auburn hair, argued passionately for accepting the prophecy's fulfillment. Throughout it all, Madame Sombre watched with that calculating smile, occasionally offering support for Harry's confirmation that felt more threatening than helpful. When the final vote came, Harry was officially recognized as King Designate by a narrow margin. The council agreed to a 3-month preparation period before formal coronation, time for Harry to learn Lumiere's magic, history, and governance. That went better than expected, Fleur murmured as they left the council chamber. Really? Half of them looked like they'd rather feed me to a dragon than call me king. Politics, she shrugged. 3 months ago, suggesting an outsider could rule would have been unthinkable. Progress takes time. Speaking of time, Harry said, lowering his voice. I need to contact Dumbledore or Sirius. They must be going mental wondering where I am. Fleur's expression grew troubled. That may be complicated. The Veil of Stars isn't just a physical barrier. It disrupts most forms of magical communication. So I can't send an owl or anything. There are ways, she assured him. But they require preparation. For now, your training must take priority. Harry frowned. I don't like keeping them in the dark. Especially with Voldemort back. I understand. Fleur touched his arm gently. We'll find a way, I promise. They reached a part of the palace Harry hadn't seen before, a training arena with a high domed ceiling and walls lined with various magical implements. Your new quarters are connected to this training area, Fleur explained, leading him through a side door into a spacious suite decorated in deep blues and silver. As king designate, you need space for both living and learning. The suite was easily 3 times the size of his previous chambers, with multiple rooms including a study filled with books, a private bathing chamber with a pool-sized tub, and a bedroom dominated by an enormous 4-poster bed. Bit excessive, isn't it? Harry commented, feeling awkward amid such luxury. Fleur smiled. Wait until you see the royal apartments after the coronation. This is modest by comparison. A knock at the door preceded Gabrielle bouncing in, followed by Armand carrying a stack of books. Your training schedule, Armand announced, placing the books on a desk. Elemental magic in the mornings with Princess Fleur, history and governance with me in the afternoons, combat and defense with Marcel and Celeste in the evenings. Harry picked up the topmost book, Elemental Affinity, Finding Your Inner Fire. When do I sleep? He joked weakly. Between midnight and dawn, Armand replied without a hint of humor. The crown has chosen you, but the people need to see you earn their respect. 3 months is barely enough time to prepare you. No pressure, Harry muttered. You can do this, Gabrielle insisted, perching on the edge of the desk. You already merged magic no one thought possible. The hard part's over. Harry wished he could share her optimism. The crown, which now resided on a pedestal beside his bed when not in use, had been showing him glimpses of Lumiere's complexity, layered politics, ancient feuds, magical traditions that would take years to fully understand. One step at a time, Fleur said, sensing his overwhelm. Rest tonight. Training begins at dawn. Dawn came too early. Harry dragged himself from the impossibly comfortable bed, muscles still aching from the previous day's magical exertion. He found Fleur waiting in the training arena, dressed in fitted training clothes rather than her usual elegant robes. Good morning, King Designate, she greeted with a playful smile. Ready to begin? Harry stifled a yawn. As I'll ever be. First, she said, circling him critically, we need to understand your elemental affinities. All magic in Lumiere flows from the 7 primal elements, fire, water, air, earth, light, shadow, and spirit. Like the trial obelisks. Exactly. Most Lumiere citizens have strong affinity with 1 or 2 elements. Vila typically favor fire, for instance. She demonstrated by summoning a dancing blue flame to her palm. Royal bloodlines often show affinity for light or spirit. And me? Harry asked. That's what we'll discover. She gestured to 7 crystalline orbs arranged on a table. Place your hands over each orb and focus your magic into it. The stronger your affinity, the brighter it will glow. Harry approached the first orb, deep red for fire. Remembering how he'd channeled magic during the trials, he focused his intent into the crystal. It glowed modestly, warming under his touch. Decent fire affinity, Fleur noted. Not surprising given your passion and courage. Water, a deep blue orb, responded similarly. Air, pale blue, glowed slightly brighter. Interesting, Fleur murmured. Air affinity suggests adaptability, freedom. Earth, warm brown, barely flickered. Not your element, Fleur chuckled. When Harry reached the light orb, pure white crystal, it blazed so brightly they had to shield their eyes. That's unusual, Fleur breathed. Light affinity that strong is rare even among royal bloodlines. Shadow, obsidian black, reacted strangely, alternately dimming and flaring as if conflicted. The scar, Harry guessed. Voldemort's mark gives me a connection to dark magic I wouldn't naturally have. Fleur nodded slowly. Your insight serves you well. The final orb, spirit, represented by a crystal that shifted colors as he watched, responded most uniquely of all. Instead of simply glowing, it levitated from the table, spinning rapidly as it emitted pulses of rainbow light. "I've never seen that before," Fleur whispered, her eyes wide. "Is that bad?" Harry asked nervously. "No, just unprecedented. Spirit magic is the most complex, the binding force between all elements. For it to respond so strongly." She shook her head in wonder. "The prophecy said you would unite magics. Perhaps this is how." The next hours were exhausting but exhilarating. Fleur taught Harry the basics of channeling elemental magic without a wand, focusing intent, connecting to the elements around him, shaping energy with emotion rather than incantation. By midday, Harry could consistently produce small flames, gentle air currents, and minor light effects. Water manipulation proved trickier, earth nearly impossible, and shadow magic they decided to leave for later specialized training. Spirit magic, however, came to him with surprising ease. When Fleur demonstrated how to sense the magical connections between objects, the basic foundation of spirit magic, Harry not only saw the connections but could manipulate them, strengthening or redirecting the flow of energy. "You're a natural," Fleur said, not bothering to hide her amazement as Harry created a complex web of magical connections between several objects, making them move in synchronized patterns. "It feels familiar somehow," Harry admitted. "Like I've always known how to do this but never had the words for it." The afternoon session with Armin was less physically demanding but equally intense, a crash course in Lumiere's complex governance structure, ancient laws, and royal protocols. Harry's head spun with names, dates, and precedents. The law of elemental balance requires that any major decision affecting the kingdom be considered through the lens of all 7 elements, Armin droned. Thus, the Council of 7 represents each elemental aspect in governance. Harry struggled to keep his eyes open. So each council member has a specific elemental affinity? Traditionally, yes. The noble houses favor earth magic, stability, wealth, tradition. The scholars align with air, knowledge, communication, change. The healers with water, adaptation, nurturing, renewal. On it went, hour after hour, until Harry felt his brain might explode. Just as he thought he couldn't absorb another fact, Armin closed his book with a snap. "Enough theory. Time for application." "What do you mean?" Harry asked warily. "A king must rule, not merely study. Tomorrow, you will hear petitions from citizens. Today, we practice." The rest of the afternoon, Armin presented Harry with historical disputes from Lumiere's past, asking him to render judgments and explain his reasoning. Some were straightforward, boundary disputes between farmers, inheritance questions, permits for magical experimentation. Others were morally complex, cases involving forbidden magic, conflicts between Lumiere's isolation policies and individual freedoms, questions of justice versus mercy. Not bad, Armin concluded after Harry worked through a particularly thorny case involving a citizen who had brought an outsider through the veil without permission. "Your perspective is refreshingly direct, if occasionally uninformed by precedent." "Thanks. I think." Harry rubbed his temples. "Is every day going to be this intense?" Armin's smile was small but genuine. "Consider this the easy part, Your Highness. Combat training with Marcel begins in an hour." Harry groaned. Marcel was a brutal taskmaster. The captain of the royal guard had initially viewed Harry with suspicion, but after witnessing his actions against the shadow creatures, that suspicion had transformed into determined mentorship. Again. Marcel barked as Harry picked himself up from the floor for what felt like the 100th time. "Your wand is a crutch. In Lumiere, we must be able to defend ourselves with pure elemental magic." Harry wiped sweat from his brow and resumed the defensive stance Marcel had taught him. Across the training circle, Celeste grinned wickedly before sending another barrage of fire orbs his way. Harry reached for the air element, attempting to create a swirling shield as Marcel had demonstrated. The shield formed, but too slowly, one fire orb got through, singeing his sleeve. "Better," Marcel admitted grudgingly. but still too reliant on visualization. Feel the element, don't picture it. I am feeling it, Harry grumbled. It just doesn't seem to be feeling me back. Celeste laughed, a surprisingly warm sound from the usually reserved woman. You're thinking like a wand wizard. Stop commanding the elements and start dancing with them. Dancing? Harry raised an eyebrow. It's a partnership, she explained, demonstrating by creating an intricate pattern of fire that swirled around her like a living thing. I don't force the fire to obey, I suggest a shape, and it chooses whether to follow. Harry considered this, remembering how the stag Patronus had responded during the shadow attack, not just obeying his command but adding its own intelligence to the interaction. When Celeste launched her next attack, instead of trying to block the fire directly, Harry reached out to it with his magic, acknowledging its nature and offering a different path. To his surprise, the flames diverted around him, following his suggested direction without him having to force them. There. Celeste clapped in approval. You're getting it. By the end of the session, Harry had managed basic defenses against elemental attacks without his wand and even executed a few simple counterattacks. His body ached in places he didn't know could ache, but satisfaction outweighed the discomfort. You learn quickly, Marcel conceded as they finished. Tomorrow we add weapons training. Weapons? Harry asked, alarmed. Like swords? Crystal spears, primarily, Marcel corrected. They channel elemental magic more effectively than metal weapons. Harry nodded wearily, too exhausted to argue. As Marcel and Celeste left, Fleur entered the training area, now dressed in a simple evening gown of pale blue. Survived your first day, I see, she observed with a small smile. Barely, Harry admitted, collapsing onto a bench. Is royal training always this intense, or are you lot just making it extra hard for the outsider? Fleur sat beside him, close enough that he could smell her subtle lavender perfume. My training began at age 5, she said. But it was spread over years, not concentrated into months. Lucky you, Harry muttered. You did well today, she said, surprising him. Armin was impressed with your judgments, and Marcel actually called you promising, high praise from him. Harry found himself smiling despite his exhaustion. And you? What did you think of my elemental magic progress? I think, she said, meeting his eyes directly, that you continue to surprise everyone, including me. Her gaze softened. The spirit magic especially, I've never seen anyone connect so naturally to it. It just feels right, Harry shrugged. Like I'm remembering rather than learning. Fleur nodded thoughtfully. There's an old legend about the first king of Lumiere, that he wasn't born with his power but remembered it, as if his soul had known magic before his body existed. She stood, offering her hand. Come, you should clean up before dinner. The council expects us both. Harry groaned. More politics? Always, she laughed. But don't worry, I'll be right beside you. The days settled into a rhythm. Dawn to midday with Fleur, learning elemental magic. Midday to afternoon with Armin, studying history and governance. Late afternoon with Marcel and Celeste, training in combat and defense. Evenings were filled with formal dinners, council meetings, or private study sessions where Harry pored over the mountain of books Armin kept assigning. His progress surprised everyone, himself included. Elemental magic, particularly light and spirit manipulation, came to him with increasing ease. The crown, which he wore during important functions and training sessions, seemed to accelerate his learning, providing intuitive understanding that books couldn't match. A week into his training, Harry faced his first public duty, hearing petitions from citizens in the Great Hall. Seated beside Fleur on the twin thrones, crown glowing softly on his head, he listened as Lumiere residents brought forward disputes, requests, and grievances. Most were straightforward: permission to expand a shop, mediation of a property boundary, requests for magical assistance with farming or construction. Harry followed Fleur's lead, approving reasonable requests and suggesting compromises for disputes. Then came a case that caught him off guard, a young man named Thomas who requested permission to leave Lumiere temporarily to search for his mother, who had left the kingdom years ago. Outsider travel is strictly regulated, Armand reminded Harry quietly. Traditionally, permission is granted only for royal business or exceptional circumstances. The young man looked desperate, his hands clasped before him. She left when I was 8, said she couldn't bear the isolation anymore. Please, your highnesses, I only wish to find her, to know if she's alive. I would return, I swear it. Harry glanced at Fleur, whose expression remained neutral. This was his test to navigate. The crown on his head warmed slightly, sending him impressions of similar past cases, most denied out of fear that allowing citizens to leave would threaten Lumiere's secrecy. But something about the traditional approach felt wrong to Harry. He thought of Sirius, of what it meant to be separated from family, of the pain of not knowing. Thomas, Harry said finally, your request touches on one of our most sensitive laws, the protection of Lumiere's secrecy. The young man's face fell, expecting denial. However, Harry continued, I believe family bonds are sacred, and the need to know one's parent transcends borders. Murmurs ran through the assembled courtiers. Fleur turned to him with a raised eyebrow. I propose a compromise, Harry went on. You will be permitted to search for your mother, but not alone. A guardian from the royal guard will accompany you, both for your protection and to ensure our secrets remain safe. Additionally, you will undergo memory modification training, learning to shield specific memories of Lumiere from detection. The young man's face lit up. Thank you, Your Highness. I accept these conditions gladly. After the petitioners departed, Fleur led Harry to a private antechamber. That was unexpected, she said. Was it wrong? Harry asked, suddenly uncertain. The traditional answer felt cruel. Not wrong, she replied carefully, just different. The council will debate the precedent you've set, but, her expression softened, I think it was compassionate and wise. Really? Really? She squeezed his hand briefly. You're finding your own path as ruler, not just following established patterns. That's exactly what the prophecy suggested you would bring. The warmth in her eyes made Harry's heart skip. Over the past week, their relationship had evolved, still formal during public functions, but increasingly comfortable in private. Little touches, shared smiles, quiet conversations after long days of training. Nothing overtly romantic, but something shifting beneath the surface. Before Harry could respond, Madame Sombre entered without knocking. Forgive the interruption, Your Highnesses, but there's been a concerning development. What is it? Fleur asked, instantly alert. Our sensors detected unusual magic near the western keystone, not shadow creatures this time, but something different. Sombre's calculating eyes fixed on Harry. Something that bears magical signatures similar to what we've recorded from your wand, King Designate. Harry frowned. What does that mean? It means, Sombre replied with practiced concern, that magic from the outside world, your world, is attempting to locate you. Perhaps your disappearance has not gone unnoticed. Harry's heart raced. Dumbledore? Or Voldemort? Impossible to say, Sombre shrugged. But the council is concerned. Some suggest that your presence endangers us, that you should be returned to the outside world before you draw more attention to Lumiere. That's ridiculous, Fleur snapped. Harry has strengthened our defenses, not weakened them. I merely report the council's concerns, Princess. Sombre's smile was thin. Perhaps our King Designate would like to investigate personally. To reassure everyone. Harry recognized the manipulation but nodded anyway. I'll go. If someone from outside is looking for me, I should know who. The western keystone stood atop a rocky cliff overlooking a series of waterfalls that fed into the central lake. Unlike the eastern boundary where they'd fought the shadow creatures, this area felt peaceful, the ambient magic harmonious rather than disturbed. Harry, Fleur, Marcel, and Celeste landed their brooms on a flat outcropping near the massive crystal formation. Madame Sombre arrived moments later, accompanied by 2 scholars carrying detection equipment. The signals were strongest here, Sombre directed, pointing to a section of the barrier that shimmered with slightly different colors than the surrounding area. Harry approached carefully, crown on his head, senses extended as Fleur had taught him. He felt something. Not threatening like the shadow creatures, but familiar. A magical signature he recognized. "It's not Voldemort," he said confidently. "The magic feels light. Protective." "Dumbledore?" Fleur suggested. Harry shook his head. "Similar, but not quite. It's more." He closed his eyes, focusing on the faint magical trace. "It feels like my mother's protection." Everyone looked confused except Fleur, who had heard the story of his mother's sacrifice. "Blood magic," she explained to the others. "Harry's mother died to protect him, creating a powerful protective charm. But she died years ago," Marcel pointed out. "The protection lives on where her blood does," Harry said slowly, understanding dawning. "My aunt, my mother's sister. Dumbledore once said staying with her family renewed the protection each year." He turned to Fleur. "I've been gone for weeks. The blood protection must be reaching out, trying to reconnect." "How perfectly touching," Sombre commented, her tone making it clear she found it anything but. "However, this protection is interacting with our barrier in ways we don't understand. It could destabilize the entire system. Or strengthen it," Harry countered, stepping closer to the barrier. The crown grew warmer, encouraging him. "Blood protection is some of the oldest, most powerful magic. If I could connect it with Lumiere's defenses." "Absolutely not," Sombre interrupted. "Experimenting with our protective barriers is forbidden without full council approval." "He is the king designate," Fleur reminded her coldly. "And has already demonstrated unique ability to interact with the barriers." While they argued, Harry studied the place where his mother's protection touched Lumiere's barrier. The crown showed him the magical patterns, 2 powerful protective magics, similar in intent but different in execution, reaching for each other like puzzle pieces that almost fit. Acting on instinct, Harry placed his hand against the barrier. "Mom," he whispered, focusing on his memories of Lily Potter, not the screaming from his nightmares, but the love he sensed whenever Dementors approached, the warmth he felt when he saw her in the mirror of Eriste. The barrier rippled under his touch. The crown blazed with light, and Harry felt his mother's protection respond, not with words, but with pure emotion. Love, concern, protection. The feeling of being wrapped in a warm blanket on a cold night. "Harry, what are you doing?" Fleur asked, moving to his side. Making an introduction, he replied, his voice distant as he concentrated. "Lumiere, meet my mother's protection. Mom, meet Lumiere." The 2 magics touched through Harry as conduit. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then the barrier at that spot changed color, shifting from blue-white to a warm, deep gold. The new color began to spread, flowing outward along the barrier in all directions like ripples in a pond. "What have you done?" Sombre demanded, her composed mask slipping to reveal alarm. "I think," Harry said, watching the golden light spread, "I just gave Lumiere an upgrade." Marcel's communication crystal chimed. "Reports coming in from all observation posts," he announced after checking it. "The entire barrier is changing color and strengthening. Power readings are increasing by approximately 30%. "Impossible," one of Sombre's scholars whispered, checking his own instruments. "The barrier hasn't changed in centuries." Fleur stared at Harry with newfound wonder. "You integrated your mother's protection with Lumiere's defenses." Exactly what the prophecy said, uniting ancient magics. Harry felt a profound sense of rightness, of completion. His mother's final gift, created in the moment of her death, living on not just through him but now through an entire kingdom. "I think," he said quietly, just for Fleur's ears, she would have liked that her protection helps keep more people safe. Fleur's hand found his, squeezing gently. I'm certain of it. Madame Sombre watched them with narrowed eyes, her calculations clearly disrupted by this unexpected development. The council must be informed immediately. This modification requires thorough study. Of course, Fleur agreed smoothly. I'm sure they'll be delighted by the improved defenses. As they prepared to return to the palace, Harry glanced back at the golden barrier, feeling closer to his mother than he had in years. Thanks, Mom, he whispered. I'm okay. I'm where I need to be. News of the strengthened barrier spread quickly through Lumiere. For most citizens, it was cause for celebration, proof that the prophecy was fulfilling itself, that the foreign king truly was bringing new strength to their realm. For the traditionalist faction, now regrouping under Madame Sombre's subtle leadership, it presented a dilemma. They couldn't openly oppose improved defenses, but neither could they comfortably accept such dramatic change. The barrier modification exceeds all safety parameters, Sombre argued in the emergency council meeting that evening. We have no way to predict long-term effects. Our instruments show nothing but improvements, Healer Claremont countered. Stronger protection, more stable energy patterns, even better filtering of harmful outside influences. Whatever King Harry did, it's benefiting Lumiere. Harry, seated beside Fleur at the head of the council table, crown glowing softly on his head, listened to the debate with growing frustration. The fact remains, another traditionalist council member chimed in, these changes were implemented without approval, without study, without precedent. Precedent, Harry finally spoke, silencing the room. That's what this is really about, isn't it? Not safety, not concern for Lumiere, but the fact that I did something new. With respect, Your Highness, Sombre replied, not sounding respectful at all, Lumiere has survived for centuries through careful, measured decisions. Spontaneous magical experimentation with our protective barriers hardly qualifies as responsible governance. Harry leaned forward. When Lord Devereux betrayed Lumiere and shadow creatures attacked, did you have precedent for how to respond? When I merged Vila fire magic with my Patronus charm to drive them back, was that following, careful, measured, tradition? He shook his head. New threats require new solutions. The prophecy didn't call for a king who would maintain the status quo. Murmurs of approval came from the progressive council members. Fleur watched Harry with quiet pride. Beautiful rhetoric, Sombre conceded with a cold smile. However, I propose a compromise. While we acknowledge the barrier's apparent improvement, the king-designate should undergo the traditional Lake of Memories ritual to ensure his innovations align with Lumiere's deeper magical nature. Armin, sitting to Harry's left, stiffened. The lake ritual is typically reserved for after coronation. These are hardly typical circumstances, Sombre countered smoothly. Surely our king-designate has nothing to fear from connecting more deeply with Lumiere's essence. Harry glanced at Fleur, who looked troubled. What exactly is this ritual? He asked. The Lake of Memories lies at Lumiere's heart, Fleur explained. It contains the collective magical memory of our kingdom. Monarchs commune with it to gain deeper understanding of the realm they rule. She hesitated. It's intense and typically requires months of preparation. Which our king-designate hasn't had, Armin added pointedly. Harry considered his options. Refusing would play into Sombre's hands, making him appear afraid or unprepared. Yet rushing into an unknown magical ritual seemed foolhardy. The crown warmed on his head, sending impressions of the lake, ancient, powerful, but not hostile. I'll do it, Harry decided. If connecting with the lake will help me better understand and protect Lumiere, I'm willing. Excellent, Sombre smiled like a cat who'd caught a particularly juicy mouse. The ritual can be prepared for tomorrow night. After the council meeting adjourned, Fleur pulled Harry into a private alcove. You shouldn't have agreed so quickly, she said, worry evident in her voice. The lake is unpredictable, it shows each monarch different aspects of Lumiere's past and present. Some emerge with greater wisdom, others with troubling visions. Would you rather I back down? Harry asked. Showed weakness in front of Sombre and her allies? I'd rather you weren't manipulated into magical trials before you're ready, she countered. Sombre is setting you up, Harry. She wants you to struggle, to appear unworthy. Then I won't struggle, Harry said with more confidence than he felt. The trials of ascension were supposed to be impossible for an outsider too, remember? Fleur's expression softened. Your courage remains both admirable and infuriating. She sighed. At least let me help you prepare. There are meditation techniques that may help you navigate the lake's visions. They spent the evening in Harry's quarters, sitting cross-legged on a plush carpet while Fleur guided him through Vila meditative practices. The techniques focused on emotional clarity, recognizing and accepting feelings without being controlled by them. The lake responds to emotional states, Fleur explained. Fear, anger, confusion, they cause turbulent visions. Clarity, purpose, compassion, these bring wisdom. Harry tried to focus, but found his attention repeatedly drawn to Fleur herself, the graceful way she demonstrated each technique, how the soft lamplight caught in her silver blonde hair, the intensity in her blue eyes when she corrected his posture. You're distracted, she observed after his third failed attempt at maintaining meditative focus. Sorry, Harry apologized. It's just, a lot to process. Everything's happening so fast, the prophecy, the crown, the barrier magic. Sometimes I feel like I'm just reacting, not really choosing. Fleur studied him for a moment, then shifted to sit directly facing him, their knees almost touching. Give me your hands, she instructed. Harry complied, his pulse quickening as her fingers intertwined with his. Close your eyes, she continued. Feel the connection between us, not just physical, but magical. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the warmth of her hands in his. Gradually, he became aware of something more, a subtle current flowing between them, her magic reaching out to his. This is spirit magic at its most basic, Fleur's voice came softly. Connection. Understanding. Now, show me what troubles you. Not with words, with feeling. Harry hesitated, then opened himself to the connection, allowing his jumbled emotions to flow through it, his uncertainty about ruling a kingdom he barely understood, his worry about friends back home, his confusion about his growing feelings for Fleur herself. He felt her receive these emotions, accept them without judgment, and respond with her own, confidence in his abilities, admiration for his adaptability, and something deeper, warmer, that made his heart race. Oh, he breathed, eyes still closed. Yes, she replied simply. Now you understand. When Harry opened his eyes, Fleur was much closer, her face just inches from his. The lake will show you many things, she whispered. Some beautiful, some frightening. Remember this connection. It will guide you home. The moment stretched between them, charged with possibility. Then, slowly, giving him every chance to pull away, Fleur leaned forward and pressed her lips to his. The kiss was gentle at first, a question rather than a demand. When Harry responded, one hand moving to cup her cheek, it deepened, the magical connection between them intensifying until he couldn't tell where his magic ended and hers began. When they finally separated, both slightly breathless, Fleur smiled. That wasn't in the traditional meditation instructions. Harry laughed softly. I'm all for breaking with tradition. Good, she replied, her eyes bright with emotion. Because nothing about us follows the traditional path. Later that night, lying in bed unable to sleep, Harry replayed the kiss in his mind. It felt both inevitable and revolutionary, a confirmation of the connection that had been building since Fleur appeared at his window at Privet Drive, yet also a crossing of a boundary he'd barely dared acknowledge. The crown, sitting on its pedestal beside his bed, glowed softly in the darkness as if approving. Tomorrow he would face the lake of memories, another test in a series that seemed unending. But tonight, Harry allowed himself to simply feel, the lingering warmth of Fleur's kiss, the growing sense of belonging in Lumiere, and the quiet certainty that whatever came next, he wouldn't face it alone. The Lake of Memories lay in a cavern deep beneath the palace, accessible only through a winding passage that descended far below even the trial's chamber. Harry walked between Fleur and Armand, a procession of council members and royal guards following behind, torches casting long shadows on ancient stone walls. The lake was discovered, not created, Armand explained as they descended. The founders of Lumiere built our kingdom here because of it, a natural wellspring of magical memory. Like a giant pensieve? Harry suggested, thinking of Dumbledore's memory basin. Similar, but vastly more complex, Fleur replied. A pensieve holds specific memories intentionally placed within it. The lake contains the magical essence of Lumiere itself, every significant event, emotion, and magical occurrence absorbed and preserved. They reached a massive stone door carved with intricate runes that glowed faintly blue. Armand pressed his palm to the center, murmuring words in a language Harry didn't recognize. The door swung open silently, revealing the chamber beyond. Harry's breath caught. The lake wasn't water but liquid light, a vast pool of swirling silver-blue energy that illuminated the cathedral-like cavern with gentle, shifting patterns. The surface rippled with images that appeared and dissolved too quickly to identify, like watching 100 memories simultaneously. "It's beautiful," Harry whispered. "And dangerous," Armand cautioned. "The lake shows truth, but truth without context can mislead. Remember your training, maintain emotional clarity." The council members arranged themselves on stone benches carved into the cavern walls. Madame Sombre watched with barely concealed anticipation, clearly expecting Harry to struggle. "What exactly do I do?" Harry asked Fleur quietly. "Enter the lake," she replied. "It will do the rest." Harry removed his outer robe, handing it to Marcel. The crown remained on his head. Armand had insisted it stay, saying it would help guide the lake's interaction. Taking a deep breath, Harry approached the edge of the luminous pool. The surface reacted to his proximity, swirling faster, images focusing briefly before dissolving again, faces, places, magical battles from what must be Lumiere's history. Harry glanced back at Fleur, who gave him an encouraging nod. Stepping forward, he immersed himself in the liquid light. It wasn't wet like water, but enveloping, like walking into a cloud of warm, tingling magic. The sensation was disorienting but not unpleasant. For a moment, Harry floated in a void of shifting light, unsure what to expect. Then the visions began. He saw Lumiere's founding, a group of powerful Vila and other magical beings performing an elaborate ritual that created the Veil of Stars, hiding their new sanctuary from a world that hunted them. Their faces shone with hope and determination as they established the first keystones. The scene shifted to a great battle, dark creatures that reminded Harry of Dementors but more substantial attacking the fledgling kingdom. The first king of Lumiere, a tall man with eyes that glowed with inner light, directing defenders with magic unlike anything Harry had seen before. Faster now, a parade of monarchs, some wise and beloved, others corrupt or weak. Wars, celebrations, magical discoveries, political intrigues, centuries of Lumiere's history flowing through Harry's consciousness. He saw Queen Soleil delivering the prophecy about the foreign king, her silver eyes unfocused as she spoke words that would shape Lumiere's future. He felt her genuine belief that someday, isolation would end, that it must end for Lumiere to survive. The visions accelerated, moving toward the present. Harry saw Fleur as a child, being told of her royal destiny, training diligently in both princess duties and triwizard preparation. He felt her determination to prove herself, her loneliness as the weight of responsibility separated her from peers. He saw Devereux meeting secretly with shadowy figures, making plans to prevent the prophecy's fulfillment. Madame Sombre watching, manipulating, positioning herself to take advantage no matter which faction prevailed. Then, unexpectedly, the lake showed Harry something outside Lumiere, Privet Drive, where a frantic search was underway. Dumbledore, looking older and more worried than Harry had ever seen him, casting complex detection spells. Sirius, in human form despite the risk, wild with fear for his godson. The Weasleys and Hermione, helping search surrounding areas. They're looking for me, Harry realized with a pang of guilt. He hadn't considered how his disappearance would affect them. The lake's surface rippled, responding to his emotion. The visions shifted again, now showing possible futures, branching paths depending on choices yet unmade. In one, Harry ruled Lumiere alongside Fleur, bringing prosperity and new alliances with the outside world. In another, he returned to Britain, leaving Lumiere vulnerable to growing shadows. In a third, darkest timeline, Voldemort discovered Lumiere's location, leading an army of Death Eaters through a breach in the barriers. The crown on Harry's head grew warm, directing his attention to something the lake seemed reluctant to show, a deeper current beneath the surface visions, a hidden truth about Lumiere itself. Harry mentally reached for it, using the crown's guidance to push past the lake's initial offerings. The liquid light around him darkened momentarily, then revealed a new vision, the true origin of Lumiere's power. At the kingdom's heart lay not just the lake but something more, a nexus of magical energy, a natural wellspring where multiple magical dimensions touched. The founders hadn't just hidden Lumiere, they'd built it at a place of unique magical convergence, drawing power from this nexus to fuel their protective enchantments. And now that nexus was destabilizing. Harry saw cracks forming in the magical foundation, felt the strain on the barriers that had existed for centuries. Devereux's betrayal and the shadow attacks were symptoms, not causes. Lumiere's isolation had cut it off from the natural magical flow between realms, creating pressure that grew with each generation. The prophecy made sudden, perfect sense. Lumiere needed connection to the outside magical world not just for political or social reasons, but for magical survival. The uniting of ancient magics wasn't metaphorical, it was literally necessary to prevent magical catastrophe. The lake released Harry, gently pushing him back to the surface. He emerged gasping, mind reeling from the flood of information and insight. Fleur rushed to his side, supporting him as he staggered from the pool. "What did you see?" she asked urgently. Harry looked at the assembled council members, all watching with varying expressions of curiosity, concern, or calculation. His gaze settled on Madame Sombre, whose eyes betrayed a flicker of unease. "You know, don't you?" Harry said directly to her. "About the Nexus. About what's happening to Lumiere's magical foundation." Sombre's composed mask slipped briefly before recovering. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean, Your Highness." "The lake showed me the truth," Harry continued, addressing the entire council now. "Lumiere isn't just hidden by the veil, it's built on a convergence point between magical dimensions. That convergence is becoming unstable because of our isolation." Murmurs broke out among the council members. Armand stepped forward, expression grave. "What you describe, there are ancient texts that mention such a nexus, but they were thought to be metaphorical." "They're not," Harry stated firmly. "The founders knew. They built the barrier system to regulate the flow of magic between realms, not just to hide from outsiders. But over centuries, that system has calcified, too rigid, too isolated." "And you believe the prophecy refers to this?" Healer Claremont asked, leaning forward with intense interest. "I know it does." Harry turned to Fleur. "When your mother's magic merged with our barrier, it didn't just strengthen it, it made it more flexible, more adaptive," she said slowly, understanding dawning. "The golden color that spread." "Exactly," Harry nodded. "That was the first step in healing the convergence. But there's more needed. Lumiere can't survive in total isolation anymore. We need controlled connection to the outside magical world." "Preposterous," a traditionalist council member objected. "Opening our borders would expose us to countless dangers. And keeping them sealed will guarantee our destruction," Harry countered. "The lake showed me multiple futures. In every version where Lumiere maintains strict isolation, the magical foundation eventually collapses." The debate that followed was heated. Some council members refused to believe Harry's vision, others demanded immediate action. Through it all, Madame Sombre remained suspiciously quiet, observing rather than participating. Finally, Fleur called for order. Whatever your personal beliefs, we cannot ignore a vision granted by the Lake of Memories. I propose we form a special commission to investigate the magical convergence beneath Lumiere and assess the king-designate's claims. This compromise satisfied enough council members to pass with a narrow majority. As the meeting adjourned, Harry noticed Sombre slip away quickly, her usual calculating expression replaced with something that looked almost like fear. She knew, Harry said quietly to Fleur as they left the lake chamber. Sombre knew about the convergence problem. If true, that's troubling, Fleur replied. The scholars are tasked with preserving knowledge, not concealing it. I think she sent me to the lake hoping I'd be overwhelmed by visions, not that I'd discover this specific truth. Harry frowned. There's something else going on with her, something the lake was trying to show me but I couldn't quite grasp. Fleur squeezed his hand. You've already revealed more than anyone expected. Rest now, we can investigate Sombre's actions later. But Harry couldn't shake the feeling that time was running short. The cracks he'd seen in Lumiere's magical foundation weren't just possibilities, they were already forming, spreading beneath the kingdom like fractures in ice. The next morning, Harry woke to find Gabrielle bouncing excitedly at the foot of his bed. Is it true? She demanded without preamble. You saw the magical heart of Lumiere? Everyone's talking about it. Harry groaned, pulling a pillow over his head. Don't people knock in this kingdom? Not when there's news this big, Gabrielle replied, unrepentant. Celeste said you emerged from the lake glowing. And then you told the council we need to open our borders or face disaster. That's a simplified version, Harry sighed, sitting up. Where's your sister? Meeting with Armin and the special commission. They're already investigating the convergence thing you mentioned. She peered at him curiously. Did you really see the future? Possible futures, Harry corrected. Nothing's fixed yet. Did you see me? She asked eagerly. Am I important? Despite his lingering unease, Harry had to smile at her enthusiasm. The lake doesn't work that way. It showed broad patterns, not individual destinies. He paused. Except for your sister. I saw quite a bit about her. Gabrielle's eyes widened with interest. Like what? Did you see her as queen? Did you see? She wiggled her eyebrows suggestively, you know, romance stuff. Harry felt his face heat. That's private, squirt. Ha! You did. Gabrielle clapped delightedly. I knew it. Ever since the Triwizard tournament, she talked about you differently than the other champions. Differently how? Harry couldn't help asking. More respect, Gabrielle shrugged. After you saved me from the lake, she said you had a pure heart under all that messy hair. She grinned. For Fleur, that's practically a love declaration. Before Harry could respond, Marcel appeared at the doorway. Your Highness, your presence is requested in the Royal Observatory immediately. What's happened? Harry asked, alarmed by Marcel's tense expression. We're not sure yet. But the instruments are detecting unusual magical disturbances at multiple points along the barrier. Harry dressed quickly and followed Marcel through the palace to a tower he hadn't visited before. The Royal Observatory occupied the highest point of the palace, its circular chamber filled with complex magical instruments that monitored Lumiere's defenses. Fleur, Armin, and several members of the Special Commission were already there, gathered around a large three-dimensional model of the kingdom. The model showed the golden barrier surrounding Lumiere, but now dark spots had appeared at several locations, pulsing ominously. What are those? Harry asked, pointing to the dark areas. Destabilization points, explained a scholar operating one of the monitoring devices. The magical energy at these locations is fluctuating rapidly. It's happening faster than we anticipated, Armin said grimly. The lake's vision was correct, the convergence is becoming unstable. Can we repair it? Fleur asked. Temporarily, perhaps, the scholar replied. But without addressing the root cause. We need to relieve the pressure, Harry finished the thought. Create controlled openings in our isolation. Precisely, Armin nodded. But such a fundamental change to our protective systems requires careful planning. We can't simply punch holes in the veil of stars and hope for the best. How long do we have? Harry asked, studying the model. The scholars exchanged uncomfortable glances. At current degradation rates, perhaps 2 weeks before the first major breach occurs naturally. 2 weeks. Fleur looked alarmed. That's hardly enough time to design an entirely new protective system. Unless, Harry said slowly, an idea forming, we don't design something new. We restore something old. He turned to Armin. The lake showed me the original barrier configuration from Lumiere's founding. It wasn't meant to be completely isolating, it had regulated connection points, magical gateways that controlled the flow between realms. Armin's eyes widened. The ancient portals. They're mentioned in our oldest texts, but were sealed during the Dark Incursion 5 centuries ago. Can they be reopened? Fleur asked. Theoretically, Armin stroked his beard thoughtfully. The physical structures still exist at 7 locations around Lumiere. But the ritual to activate them was complex, requiring specific magical alignments and significant power. How significant? Harry pressed. The combined magic of the monarch and at least a dozen powerful mages, Armin explained. And that was to seal them. Reopening might require even more. Harry touched the crown on his head, feeling its subtle guidance. What about combining magical traditions? Using both Lumiere's elemental magic and outside wizard magic together? Unprecedented, the scholar murmured. But, possibly effective. We'd need to test it first, Fleur pointed out. Opening all 7 portals simultaneously would be too risky. The smallest portal is located beneath this very palace, Armin said. It once connected directly to the Nexus chamber, allowing controlled regulation of the convergence energies. We could attempt to reopen that one first, as proof of concept. Plans formed quickly after that. The Special Commission would research the original portal activation ritual, adapting it for their hybrid magical approach. Harry and Fleur would lead the magical working, combining their respective traditions. If successful with the palace portal, they would proceed to the others, gradually re-establishing the balanced system the founders had intended. As the meeting adjourned, Harry noticed something odd on the model, a flicker of darkness that appeared briefly near one of the destabilization points, then vanished. Did you see that? He asked the monitoring scholar. See what, Your Highness? Harry frowned. Nothing, probably. Just a shadow. But as they left the observatory, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching their efforts, waiting for an opportunity. Preparation for the portal reactivation consumed the next 3 days. Harry's regular training schedule was replaced with intensive study of the ancient ritual, practice of the specific magical techniques required, and exploration of the sealed portal chamber itself. Located in the deepest level of the palace, beneath even the Lake of Memories, the portal chamber was a circular room carved from glittering black stone. At its center stood an archway of the same material, inscribed with runes that had faded with age. Unlike the rest of the palace, this room felt cold, unwelcoming. It's been sealed for 5 centuries, Armin explained as they examined the portal. The dark incursion that prompted the sealing was Lumiere's most devastating conflict. Shadow creatures far more powerful than those Devereux contacted invaded through these portals. And we're proposing to reopen them? Marcel asked skeptically. That seems unwise. The founders never intended permanent sealing, Harry countered, recalling what the lake had shown him. They designed the portals to regulate magical flow, not stop it completely. The isolation that followed the dark incursion was meant to be temporary, allowing Lumiere to recover. But temporary became permanent, and now that very isolation threatens us. The lake showed you all this? Healer Claremont asked, impressed. Harry nodded. The history books tell what happened, but not always why. The lake showed the magical reasoning behind the decisions. Remarkable, Armin murmured. Most monarchs require years of communion with the lake to gain such insight. Harry didn't mention that the crown had guided his experience, directing him to the specific knowledge needed. The artifact seemed to have its own agenda, benevolent but determined. As they finalized preparations, Harry noticed Fleur growing increasingly tense. On the evening before the ritual, he found her alone in the palace gardens, staring at the stars visible through the golden barrier overhead. Nervous about tomorrow, he asked, joining her on the stone bench. Terrified, she admitted. If we fail, or worse, if we succeed but something goes wrong with the portal. We've taken every precaution, Harry reminded her. The guard will be tripled, the strongest mages positioned to contain any unexpected energies. It's not just that, Fleur sighed. Opening the portals changes everything, Harry. Our entire society is built around isolation, secrecy. Even those who support you fear what comes next. Harry took her hand. Change is always frightening. But the alternative is worse, the magical foundation continuing to crack until catastrophic failure. I know. She leaned against him slightly. I just wish. She trailed off. What? I wish we had more time, she said softly. For you to learn our ways fully. For our people to adjust gradually. For us to. She met his eyes. To explore what's happening between us without the pressure of prophecies and kingdom saving. Since their kiss, they'd barely had a moment alone together. The revelation about the convergence and subsequent crisis planning had consumed every waking hour. We make our own time, Harry said, gently tucking a strand of silver blonde hair behind her ear. Crisis or not, prophecy or not. He leaned in slowly, giving her time to pull away if she wanted. She didn't. Their lips met in a kiss deeper and more certain than their first, a silent promise amid uncertainty. When they separated, Fleur's eyes remained closed for a moment. If that was meant to distract me from worrying about tomorrow, she murmured, it worked. Harry laughed softly. Good to know I have at least one royal skill. She opened her eyes, suddenly serious. You have many skills, Harry Potter. More than you realize. Her hand cupped his cheek. Whatever happens tomorrow, I'm grateful the prophecy brought you here. The moment was interrupted by Celeste, who approached with an apologetic expression. Forgive me, your highnesses, but there's a situation requiring your attention. What now? Fleur asked, not entirely hiding her frustration. Madame Sombre is missing, Celeste reported grimly. And so are several artifacts from the scholar's vault, including items related to portal magic. Harry and Fleur exchanged alarmed looks. When was she last seen? Harry demanded. This morning, leaving the council meeting. Her quarters appear untouched, but the vault breach was discovered an hour ago. Search the entire palace, Fleur ordered. Check the observatory records, see if there's been any unusual magic near the destabilization points. As Celeste hurried away, Harry's mind raced. The shadow I saw on the model, what if it wasn't a monitoring glitch? What if Sombre has been communicating with whatever's on the other side? Devereux's accomplice, Fleur realized. We assumed she was merely opportunistic, but what if she's been working with him all along? Or worse, manipulating him? They rushed to the observatory, where the monitoring scholar confirmed Harry's fear. Brief shadow manifestations had occurred at multiple points along the barrier in the past days, too small to trigger alarms but visible in the recorded data. She's helping something get in, Harry said grimly. Or get out. But why? Fleur shook her head, bewildered. Sombre has always valued knowledge, power, but to endanger Lumiere itself. The crown on Harry's head warmed, sending Harry a fleeting impression from the lake vision he hadn't fully processed. Sombre, younger, discovering ancient texts about the convergence, her eyes lighting with ambition. Power, Harry said, understanding dawning. The convergence isn't just a foundation for Lumiere, it's a massive source of raw magical energy. If someone could control it rather than just regulate it, they could wield power beyond anything in our world or yours, Armin finished, horror in his voice. But such attempts have always failed catastrophically. The convergence cannot be controlled, only balanced. Sombre might not know that, Fleur pointed out. Or might believe she's found a way. Marcel burst into the observatory, breathing hard. We found traces of portal magic in the eastern gardens, similar to what we'll use tomorrow, but corrupted somehow. It appears Madame Sombre attempted to open a small portal on her own. And? Harry prompted. Marcel's expression was grim. The magical signature indicates she succeeded, partially. Not a full portal, but enough for something to come through. Or for her to go out. We need to accelerate our plans, Harry decided. Whatever Sombre's plotting, we can't wait for her to make the next move. The official portal ritual happens tonight, not tomorrow. Word spread quickly through the palace. The modified ritual would commence at midnight, when the convergence energies naturally peaked. The original 12 mages were supplemented with 6 more, creating a circle of 18 around the portal archway. Harry and Fleur would stand at the center, directly before the archway, combining their magic to activate the ancient mechanism. The crown would serve as focus and amplifier, channeling the collective energy in the precise pattern needed. As final preparations were made, Harry pulled Marcel aside. If something goes wrong, if anything unexpected comes through that portal, your priority is getting Fleur to safety, understood? Marcel studied him carefully. And you, Your Highness? I'll handle whatever comes through, Harry replied firmly. But Lumiere needs its princess more than its foreign king designate. With respect, Marcel said quietly, I think you underestimate your importance here. His usual stern expression softened slightly. Not just to the kingdom. Before Harry could respond, Armin called everyone to their positions. The ritual was about to begin. The portal chamber hummed with anticipation as the mages took their places in the circle. Each held a crystal focus attuned to their primary elemental affinity, creating a balanced representation of all 7 elements. Harry and Fleur stood before the archway, the crown glowing softly on Harry's head. Remember, Armin instructed from just outside the circle, the ritual has 3 phases. First, recognition, acknowledging the portal's original purpose and re-establishing its magical signature. Second, purification, clearing 5 centuries of accumulated magical residue. Third, activation, reopening the connection to the convergence chamber. Harry nodded, acutely aware of Fleur beside him, of the 18 mages watching expectantly, of the weight of consequence should they fail, or succeed. Begin, Armin commanded. The ritual started with a low chant from the assembled mages, each invoking their elemental affinity in the ancient language of Lumiere. The archway's faded runes flickered in response, ghostly light tracing patterns that had been dormant for centuries. Harry and Fleur raised their hands toward the arch, her left hand and his right palm to palm between them, their free hands extended forward. As practiced, Harry channeled his magic through his wand while Fleur summoned her wandless elemental power. By fire and water, earth and air, they spoke in unison, by light and shadow and spirit's bond, we recognize the portal of regulation, created by our founders, sealed by our ancestors, reclaimed by their children's children. The archway's runes brightened, recognition achieved. The mage's chant shifted to a higher pitch, signaling the second phase. We purify this gateway, Harry and Fleur continued, their magic visibly intertwining as silver-blue light from her hand and golden light from his wand spiraled together. Removing all corruption, all distortion, all unintended purpose. The combined magic flowed into the archway, washing over every inch of stone. The runes glowed brighter, shifting from their previous dull red to a vibrant blue-gold that matched Harry and Fleur's merged magic. As the purification neared completion, Harry felt a subtle resistance, something within the portal fighting the cleansing. The crown warmed on his head, directing his attention to a specific rune near the base of the arch that remained stubbornly dark. There, he murmured to Fleur, nodding toward the anomaly. Something's wrong with that symbol. Fleur narrowed her eyes, focusing their combined magic on the resistant rune. It flickered, struggling against the purification, then suddenly flared with dark purple light. That's not part of the original configuration, Armin called out in alarm. That's a modification, recent, powerful. Somber, Harry realized. She tampered with the portal before disappearing. The corrupted rune pulsed, sending disruptive energy through the entire archway. The mage's chant faltered as their carefully balanced magic wavered. We need to remove it before proceeding, Armin urged. The activation won't work with that corruption in place. Harry studied the dark rune, feeling the crown guide his perception. The corruption wasn't just a magical addition, it was a link, connecting this portal to somewhere else, somewhere beyond Lumiere's barriers. It's a beacon, he said urgently. Calling to something on the outside. As if in response to his words, the corrupted rune flared brighter, and a cold whisper filled the chamber, the same sibilant sound they'd heard from the shadow creatures, but stronger, more defined. Potter, found you, the gateway opens. We need to stop, one of the mages called out, fear in her voice. This is too dangerous. No, Harry said firmly. If we stop now, whatever somber link to this portal will still have partial access. We need to complete the purification, break her modification. He closed his eyes, concentrating on the crown's guidance. It showed him the true nature of Somber's tampering, not just a beacon, but a backdoor, a way to bypass the portal's natural regulatory function. Fleur, he said quietly, we need to overload it. Pour everything we have into that specific rune. She nodded, understanding without further explanation. Together, they redirected their combined magic, focusing the full force of their power on the corrupted symbol. The rune resisted, drawing on whatever dark connection Somber had established. The cold whispers grew louder, more insistent. The temperature in the chamber plummeted, frost forming on the stone floor. Harry felt something reaching through the partial connection, a presence of immense malevolence, ancient and hungry. Not Voldemort, but something older, something that had opposed Lumiere since its founding. More power, he gritted through clenched teeth. We need to break it completely. The crown blazed with light, drawing energy from Harry's very core. He gasped at the sensation, not painful, but intense beyond description, as if the crown was accessing parts of his magic he didn't know existed. Fleur must have felt something similar through their connected hands, her eyes widening in surprise before narrowing with determination. Together, she whispered. Their magic surged, the blue-gold light intensifying to blinding brilliance. The corrupted rune cracked, dark purple energy leaking from it like blood from a wound. The malevolent presence fought desperately to maintain its foothold, but the combined power proved too much. With a sound like shattering glass, the rune exploded into fragments of dark energy that dissipated into nothing. The whispers cut off abruptly, and warmth returned to the chamber. The corruption is cleared, Armin announced, relief evident in his voice. You may proceed to activation. Harry and Fleur paused, both breathing hard from the magical exertion. Are you okay? He asked her quietly. Yes, she replied, though her hand trembled slightly against his. That was intense. The mages resumed their chant, indicating readiness for the final phase. Harry and Fleur turned back to the archway, its runes now glowing with pure blue-gold light, all traces of corruption gone. We activate this portal of regulation, they spoke together, voices steady despite their fatigue. Opening controlled passage between realms, restoring balance to the convergence, fulfilling our founder's original intent. The combined magic from all 20 participants, 18 mages plus Harry and Fleur, flowed into the archway. The runes brightened to almost unbearable brilliance, then settled into a steady, pulsing glow. The empty space within the arch shimmered, rippled, and transformed into a swirling vortex of multicolored energy. Through the vortex, Harry glimpsed another chamber, similar in design but vastly larger, its walls formed of what looked like pure crystallized magic. At the center stood a towering column of light reaching from floor to ceiling, pulsing with every color imaginable and some Harry had never seen before. The convergence chamber, Armin breathed, awe in his voice. Unseen for 5 centuries. The portal stabilized, the violent swirling settling into a gentle flow. The mages lowered their crystals, the intense chanting replaced by murmurs of wonder and relief. "We did it," Fleur said softly, squeezing Harry's hand. "The first portal is active." Harry nodded, but couldn't shake a lingering unease. They'd removed Somber's corruption, but whatever she had connected to, whatever had spoken through the portal, knew they were reopening the gateways. It was waiting, watching. "This is just the beginning," he said. "We need to reactivate all 7 portals quickly, before Somber or whatever she's working with can interfere again." "Agreed," Armin said, joining them. "But this success proves your approach works. Combining magical traditions creates power neither could achieve alone, exactly as the prophecy foretold." As the initial celebration subsided, practical matters took precedence. Guards were stationed around the portal, monitoring instruments set up to track energy flow, and plans made to begin the second portal activation the following day. Harry found himself standing before the active portal, studying the convergence chamber visible through the swirling energy. The crown on his head hummed with recognition, as if greeting a long-lost friend. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Fleur said, coming to stand beside him. "The heart of Lumiere's magic. And potentially its greatest vulnerability," Harry added quietly. "Whatever Somber's planning, it involves the convergence. We need to find her before she makes her next move." "The reactivated portal will help," Fleur assured him. "With controlled access to the convergence chamber, we can monitor the entire system more effectively, maybe even trace her magical signature." Harry nodded, but the uneasy feeling persisted. Success with the first portal felt too easy, even with the complication of Somber's tampering. Whatever opposed them was playing a longer game. As they left the portal chamber, Harry's scar prickled uncomfortably, not the searing pain he associated with Voldemort's direct attention, but a subtle awareness, as if something was testing the connection, probing for weakness. The crown warmed in response, shielding him from the intrusion. The two magical forces, whatever reached through his scar and the crown's protective magic, briefly contested before the external presence retreated. Harry didn't mention the incident to Fleur, not wanting to add to her concerns. But as he prepared for bed that night, he placed the crown on its pedestal with silent gratitude for its protection. Tomorrow they would begin work on the second portal. The path forward was clearer now, but Harry couldn't shake the feeling that they were racing against an opponent who had already planned several moves ahead. The reactivation of the second portal proceeded more smoothly than the first. Located near the western keystone where they discovered Harry's mother's protection interacting with the barrier, this portal had remained relatively untouched by Somber's manipulations. By the third day, they had successfully reopened 3 of the 7 ancient portals. Each activation strengthened the overall magical foundation of Lumiere, relieving pressure on the convergence. The destabilization points visible on the observatory model steadily diminished as balanced energy flow was restored. The kingdom's mood shifted from apprehension to cautious optimism. Citizens who had initially feared the prophecy's call for ending isolation now saw its wisdom. The portals didn't expose Lumiere to invasion, they regulated magical flow while maintaining the veil's protective function. Harry's popularity soared as results proved his vision correct. Even former skeptics on the council acknowledged the improvement in Lumiere's magical stability. Only one concern tempered the celebration: Madame Sombre remained missing, her intentions unknown. "We've searched every inch of Lumiere," Marcel reported during an evening council meeting. "No trace of her or the stolen artifacts. She must have left the kingdom entirely." "Through her corrupted portal attempt," Armin suggested. "But to where? And why?" "The lake showed me her ambition," Harry said. "She believes the convergence can be controlled, harnessed for personal power." "Impossible," Healer Claremont shook her head. "The convergence is a natural phenomenon, a meeting point of magical dimensions. Attempting to control it would be like trying to harness a hurricane or command the sun. Unless, a quiet voice spoke from the doorway, one possessed both the knowledge of Lumiere and the magical traditions of the outside world. Everyone turned to see Gabrielle standing there, her young face unusually serious. "Gabrielle," Fleur frowned. "This is a council meeting." "You shouldn't, I found something," the younger Delacour interrupted, approaching the table. "In the old library archives." She placed an ancient book before them, open to a page showing a diagram of the convergence surrounded by 7 figures. "It's about the dark incursion, what really happened." Armin leaned forward, adjusting his spectacles to examine the text. His expression darkened as he read. "This can't be right. This account claims the dark incursion wasn't an invasion at all, but an attempted convergence theft." "Theft?" Harry asked, confused. "How can anyone steal a magical convergence point?" "Not the point itself," Armin clarified, still reading. "Its power. According to this, beings from another magical realm attempted to divert the convergence energy to their dimension, which would have destroyed Lumiere in the process. That's why the portals were sealed," Gabrielle added. "Not just to keep invaders out, but to prevent future theft attempts." Harry felt a chill of realization. And now Sombre is attempting the same thing, but from the inside out. Fleur took the book, scanning the ancient text. "It says here the theft attempt required simultaneous access to all 7 portals, plus a focal point within the main convergence chamber itself. The artifacts she stole," Marcel realized. "They must be components for creating such a focal point. But she can't access all 7 portals," Healer Claremont pointed out. "We've only reopened 3. Yet," Harry corrected grimly. "We're doing her work for her. Each portal we reactivate gives her another access point." "We can't stop now," Armin cautioned. "The magical foundation continues to destabilize. Without all 7 portals functioning properly, the convergence will eventually collapse regardless of Sombre's actions." "So we're damned either way," Marcel muttered. "Complete the reactivations and risk Sombre's theft, or stop and face certain collapse." Harry thought hard, the crown warming as it helped him process the complex situation. "There's a third option," he said finally. "We continue as planned, but alter the activation ritual for the remaining portals. Instead of just re-establishing the original configuration, we update it, create a new security layer that Sombre won't anticipate." "Is that possible?" Fleur asked Armin. The elder advisor considered this. "Theoretically, yes. The portals respond to the intent of the activation magic. With the right modifications to the ritual." He trailed off, thinking. "Yes, it could work. We could add recognition requirements. The portals would only allow passage to those specifically keyed to their magic." "Like a magical signature check," Harry nodded. "Anyone attempting unauthorized access would be rejected." "It would require recalibrating our approach," Armin cautioned. "Perhaps an additional day of preparation for each remaining portal." "Time we may not have," Fleur pointed out. "But the alternative is worse." The decision made, they split into teams, one continuing research into Sombre's possible plans, another developing the modified activation ritual, and a third strengthening security around the already active portals. As the meeting adjourned, Harry pulled Gabrielle aside. "How did you find that book?" he asked quietly. The younger girl's usual exuberance was subdued. "I was looking for information about the dark incursion after hearing everyone talk about it. This book was hidden behind others, like someone had deliberately concealed it." "Sombre," Harry guessed. Gabrielle nodded. "There's something else." She lowered her voice. "The book mentioned a prophecy older than the one about you, about the hunger between worlds that would one day return for what it was denied." Harry felt his scar prickle again, the same strange probing sensation he'd experienced after the first portal activation. "Thank you for finding this, Gabrielle. It could make all the difference." She smiled, a hint of her usual brightness returning. Does this make me an official royal advisor now? Absolutely, Harry grinned, ruffling her hair affectionately. Junior Division. As Gabrielle skipped away, Harry's smile faded. The hunger between worlds sounded ominously like the presence he'd sensed through Somber's corrupted rune, ancient, powerful, and utterly malevolent. The preparation for the fourth portal activation took longer than planned. The security modifications were complex, requiring precise magical calibration that tested even Armin's extensive knowledge. Meanwhile, reports from around Lumiere indicated growing magical instability, weather disturbances, spontaneous elemental manifestations, fluctuations in normal magical functions. The convergence grows more unstable by the hour, Armin reported gravely. We have perhaps 3 days before critical failure begins, regardless of Somber's plans. Pressure mounted as they worked. Harry barely slept, dividing his time between ritual preparation, convergence monitoring, and security coordination. The crown rarely left his head now, its guidance essential as they navigated the crisis. Fleur matched his pace, her natural leadership shining as she kept the various teams organized and focused. Together, they presented a united front that steadied the kingdom despite the growing danger. On the evening before the fourth portal activation, Harry stood in the observatory, studying the latest readings from the convergence monitors. The destabilization had slowed thanks to the 3 active portals, but not stopped entirely. Disturbingly, the fluctuations now showed a pattern, almost like a pulse, as if something was systematically testing the system's weaknesses. The door opened behind him, and Harry turned expecting Marcel with the security update. Instead, he found Fleur, looking exhausted but determined. "You should be resting," he said, concern evident in his voice. "Tomorrow's ritual will demand everything we have." "I could say the same to you," she replied, moving to stand beside him at the monitoring station. "But I know neither of us will sleep much tonight." Harry nodded, returning his attention to the displays. "Something's not right with these patterns. They're too organized for natural destabilization." Fleur studied the readouts. "You think Somber is already attempting to manipulate the convergence?" "Or whatever she's working with," Harry agreed grimly. The hunger between worlds Gabrielle found mentioned. They stood in companionable silence for a moment, both processing the immense responsibility they faced. The fate of an entire kingdom, perhaps multiple magical realms, rested on decisions they made in the coming days. "Are you afraid?" Fleur asked quietly. Harry considered the question. "Yes," he answered honestly. "Not of failing, though that terrifies me too, but of what comes after. If we succeed, everything changes for Lumiere. If I'm truly to be king." He trailed off, the magnitude of it still overwhelming. Having second thoughts about the prophecy? There was no accusation in her tone, just understanding. "No," Harry said firmly. "Whatever doubts I have about myself, I'm certain about this path. Lumiere needs to evolve, to find balance between tradition and progress. I just wonder if I'm the right person to lead that change." Fleur turned to face him fully. "The lake showed me something during my last communion," she said. "A vision of Lumiere's future, not just surviving this crisis, but thriving after it. New connections with the outside magical world, exchange of knowledge and tradition, strength through diversity rather than isolation." "That sounds promising," Harry smiled tentatively. "It was beautiful," she agreed. "But what made it possible wasn't just reopened portals or modified barriers. It was leadership, specifically, the partnership between us." Her blue eyes held his. "The prophecy never said you would rule alone, Harry. It said the foreign king and the daughter of light would face the darkness together." Harry's heart quickened at her words. "Together," he repeated softly. "If you'll have me," she added, a hint of vulnerability breaking through her usual composure. In answer, Harry leaned forward and kissed her, not the tentative exploration of their first kisses, but something deeper, a promise and commitment. Fleur responded immediately, her arms encircling his neck as she pressed closer. When they finally separated, both slightly breathless, Harry kept his arms around her waist. "I think I can work with that arrangement," he said with a small smile. Fleur laughed softly, the sound lightening the weight of responsibility they both carried. "Good. Because I wasn't planning to give you much choice in the matter." Their moment of connection was interrupted by a sudden alarm from the monitoring equipment, a sharp, insistent beeping that indicated a major anomaly. "What is it?" Fleur asked as they both turned to the displays. Harry studied the readings with growing alarm. Massive energy spike at the third portal, the one near the eastern keystone. He activated the communication crystal. "Marcel. Emergency at Portal 3. Meet us there immediately with a full security team." They raced from the observatory, summoning their brooms as they reached the exterior balcony. The flight to the eastern portal took only minutes, but what they found upon arrival confirmed their worst fears. The portal, previously a stable, controlled gateway to the convergence chamber, now swirled with chaotic energy. Dark purple streaks marred its usual blue-gold surface, and the ambient temperature around it had dropped dramatically. Marcel and his team arrived moments later, weapons ready. "What happened?" the guard captain demanded. "Unauthorized access attempt," Armin answered, emerging from the portal structure where monitoring equipment had been installed. "Someone tried to force entry from the outside, not through the convergence chamber, but directly from beyond the veil." "Somber," Harry guessed. "She's trying to get back in." "Not alone," Armin said grimly. "The energy signature indicates multiple magical entities, at least 7 distinct signatures, one of which matches Somber's, the others, unknown." "The hunger between worlds," Fleur murmured. "She's made contact with whatever caused the original dark incursion." As they spoke, the portal's disruption intensified. The security measures they'd installed fought to maintain integrity, but cracks began appearing in the magical structure. "It's going to breach," Armin warned. "Our modifications weren't designed for this level of force." Harry felt the crown warm on his head, directing his attention to specific points in the portal's architecture where the attack focused. "They're targeting the regulatory functions," he realized. "Trying to override the portal's natural limitations." "Can we seal it?" Marcel asked urgently. "Not without destabilizing the entire system further," Armin shook his head. "We need those portals active to relieve convergence pressure." "Then we fight whatever comes through," Fleur decided, summoning blue-white fire to her hands. The portal pulsed, bulged, and finally tore open with a sound like reality itself ripping. Through the breach stepped Madame Sombre, her elegant robes replaced by strange, shifting garments that seemed composed of living shadow, her eyes glowing with unnatural purple light. Behind her came 6 figures that barely qualified as beings, humanoid in general shape, but formed from what looked like solidified darkness, their features constantly shifting and reforming. "Ah, your highnesses," Sombre greeted them with a mocking bow. "How kind of you to welcome us personally." "Madame Sombre," Fleur replied coldly. "You stand accused of treason against Lumiere. Surrender immediately." Sombre laughed, the sound unnaturally resonant. "Surrender? When I stand on the verge of power you cannot comprehend." She gestured around her. "Lumiere has squandered the convergence for centuries, using it merely to hide from the outside world. My associates have shown me its true potential." "Associates?" Harry questioned, noting how the shadow beings positioned themselves protectively around Sombre. "Or masters?" Something flickered across Sombre's face, a brief crack in her confident facade. "We have a mutually beneficial arrangement." "They're using you," Harry pressed, the crown providing insight into what he was seeing. "Whatever they promised, they won't deliver. They want the convergence for themselves, just as they did 5 centuries ago." "You know nothing," Sombre snapped, but uncertainty had crept into her voice. "I know enough," Harry countered. "The lake showed me the truth about the dark incursion, how beings from another realm attempted to steal the convergence energy, how they were defeated and sealed out." He took a step forward. History is repeating itself, somber, with you playing the role of traitor. The shadow beings stirred at his words, their forms rippling with what might have been agitation. One moved slightly ahead of the others, larger, more defined, with glowing eyes that fixed on Harry with unmistakable malice. "The crown-bearer speaks true, little scholar," it said in a voice like grinding stone. "Your usefulness nears its end." Somber's expression changed from confidence to alarm. "We had an agreement. You promised me control of the convergence once all portals were opened. And so you shall have it," the shadow being replied, its mouth stretching into an approximation of a smile. "You will be the conduit through which it flows, into our realm." Understanding dawned on Somber's face. "You mean to sacrifice me?" "Naturally," the being confirmed without remorse. "The transfer requires a vessel. Why else would we choose a being of such limited vision?" Harry caught Fleur's eye, a silent communication passing between them. While the shadow beings were focused on their deteriorating relationship with Somber, Marcel and his guards had quietly surrounded them, weapons ready. "Now!" Harry shouted. The guards attacked simultaneously, crystal spears glowing with elemental magic as they charged the shadow beings. Marcel headed straight for Somber, who was still processing her allies' betrayal. The shadow beings reacted with frightening speed, their forms stretching and morphing to avoid the attacks. Two guards went down immediately, their weapons shattering on contact with the living darkness. The leader, the one who had spoken, turned toward Harry and Fleur. "The crown," it hissed, eyes fixed on Harry's head. "The final key we need." Harry raised his wand as Fleur summoned her most powerful fire magic. Together, they launched a combined attack at the approaching shadow leader, Harry's spell merging with Fleur's elemental fire to create a spiral of destructive energy. The shadow being howled as the attack connected, its form temporarily disrupted. But it quickly reformed, apparently only inconvenienced rather than damaged. "Physical attacks won't stop them permanently," Armin called from behind a protective barrier he directed. "They're not truly physical beings. Then what will stop them?" Fleur demanded, launching another fire attack to keep the shadows at bay. Harry felt the crown guiding his thoughts, showing him what these beings truly were, not creatures from another dimension, but manifestations of the convergence itself, corrupted and twisted by centuries of isolation between realms. Balance, Harry realized aloud. They're manifestations of imbalance, too much isolation creating pressure that these beings feed on and amplify. Even as he spoke, more shadow beings began emerging from the damaged portal. Marcel and his remaining guards retreated to Harry and Fleur's position, forming a defensive circle. "We can't hold against these numbers," Marcel warned, his spear glowing dimly after multiple attacks. "We don't need to defeat them," Harry said, an idea forming. "We need to complete what we started, restore balance to the convergence. That's what the prophecy meant all along." "How?" Fleur asked, deflecting a shadow tendril with a wave of fire. "We've only activated 3 portals, and this one's compromised." "The convergence chamber," Harry replied, the crown's guidance becoming clearer. "If we can reach it directly, we can reset the entire system from the center." "Through that?" Marcel gestured skeptically at the corrupted portal, now a swirling mass of purple-black energy as more shadow beings emerged. "No," Harry shook his head. "Through the first portal, beneath the palace. It's still secure, connected directly to the convergence chamber." "You'd never make it back to the palace," Somber called out unexpectedly. She had broken free from Marcel during the confusion and now stood at a distance, her expression conflicted. "They'll pursue you every step of the way." "Why tell us this?" Fleur asked suspiciously. "Because I was wrong," Somber admitted, watching as her former associates continued to pour through the portal. "I believed I could control the convergence, use it to elevate Lumiere beyond anything in magical history. But this," she gestured at the shadow beings, "this would destroy everything, not just transform it." The shadow leader turned its attention to Somber. "The betrayer betrays again," it growled. Your punishment will be exquisite. Sombre straightened her shoulders. Go, she said to Harry and Fleur. I'll hold them here as long as I can. Consider it, penance. Harry hesitated, but Fleur grabbed his arm. We need to move now, she insisted. This may be our only chance. With a final nod to Sombre, Harry turned to the others. Marcel, take half your team and escort Armin back to the palace. Prepare the first portal for an emergency convergence reset. Fleur and I will follow with the remaining guards. As they mounted their brooms, Harry glanced back to see Sombre summoning impressive magical defenses around herself, not fighting, but delaying, buying them precious time. The shadow beings swarmed toward her, momentarily distracted from their pursuit. She won't last long, Fleur said quietly. I know, Harry replied grimly. Let's make her sacrifice count. They launched into the air, racing back toward the palace as behind them, Madame Sombre faced the consequences of her ambition alone. Chapter 3, The crown of stars. Wind whipped through Harry's hair as he and Fleur rocketed toward the palace, the 4 remaining guards in tight formation around them. Behind them, purple-black magic erupted from the corrupted portal site where Sombre made her last stand against the shadow beings. They're breaking through, shouted one of the guards, glancing back. Harry risked a quick look over his shoulder. At least a dozen shadow creatures poured into the sky, their forms stretching and contorting unnaturally as they gave chase. The crown on Harry's head pulsed with warning heat. We'll never outrun them, Fleur called, her voice carrying over the wind. We need to split up. No. Harry objected immediately. Listen to me, she insisted. I'll take 2 guards and lead them away. You and the others get to the first portal. If we're both captured, Lumiere falls. Harry wanted to argue, but the crown's guiding presence pushed him toward reluctant agreement. Fine, but you circle back to the palace as soon as you've lost them. Promise me. I promise, she said, her eyes meeting his with fierce determination. Now go. Fleur veered sharply left with 2 guards flanking her, shooting silver sparks into the night sky, an obvious target. Most of the shadow beings changed course to follow, exactly as she'd planned. Your Highness, this way, called one of Harry's guards, pointing toward a less direct route to the palace. We'll take the western approach. Harry nodded grimly and followed, trying to ignore the fear clawing at his chest as Fleur grew smaller in the distance, a swarm of darkness closing in behind her. They flew low over the rooftops of Lumiere, avoiding main thoroughfares where their passage might draw attention. 3 shadow creatures had split from the main group to pursue them, gaining with every second. We won't make it to the palace entrance, Harry realized aloud. They'll catch us in the open. The gardens, his guard shouted. There's a servant's entrance to the lower levels. They dived toward the royal gardens, landing hard beside a small, unassuming door nearly hidden by climbing vines. The guard pressed his palm against it, muttering a quick incantation. The door swung open just as the shadow creatures descended. Inside, now. Harry ordered, pushing the guards ahead of him. A tendril of darkness lashed at his back as he dove through the doorway, the crown blazing with protective light that repelled the attack. The door slammed shut behind them, magical seals activating automatically. Muffled shrieks of frustration came from outside as the shadow creatures crashed against the barrier. It won't hold them long, the guard warned, already moving down the narrow stone passage. This way, Your Highness. They hurried through dimly lit servants' corridors, taking a maze-like route deeper into the palace. Alarm bells had begun ringing throughout the structure, the sound echoing off stone walls as the palace went into lockdown. The bells, Harry panted as they ran. Is that for us or, multiple breach points, the guard replied grimly. Those things aren't just following us. They're attacking the entire palace. Harry's stomach clenched at the implications. Fleur's diversion hadn't worked as well as they'd hoped. Or worse, they'd captured her and extracted information. They rounded a corner and nearly collided with Marcel and several other guards escorting Armand toward the portal chamber. "Your Highness!" Marcel exclaimed in relief. "We feared the worst when the outer defenses reported shadow breaches." "Where's the princess?" Armand demanded, looking past Harry. "She led most of them away to give us a chance," Harry explained quickly, guilt and worry warring in his chest. "She promised to circle back once she'd lost them." Marcel's face tightened. "We've lost communication with her team. The shadow creatures have disrupted our crystal network." Before Harry could process this devastating news, a tremendous crash shook the entire corridor. Dust rained from the ceiling as something massive impacted the palace walls above them. "They're trying to bring down the whole palace," Armand said. "We must reach the portal immediately." They rushed through the remaining corridors, the sounds of fighting growing louder as they approached the central areas of the palace. Guards battled shadow creatures in the grand hallways, crystal spears and elemental magic barely holding the darkness at bay. "Get the civilians to the secure chambers," Marcel shouted to a passing unit. "Prioritize the royal family." "Gabrielle," Harry realized with a spike of alarm. "Is she safe?" "Last report had her in the East Tower shelter with the other noble children," Marcel assured him. "The strongest wards in Lumiere protect them." They finally reached the staircase leading down to the first portal chamber. Two guards lay motionless at the entrance, their weapons shattered beside them. "They've been here already," Armand warned, checking one guard who thankfully still breathed. "Be ready for anything." Marcel took point as they descended the spiral staircase, his remaining spear glowing with concentrated light magic. Harry kept his wand ready, the crown guiding his awareness to potential threats. The portal chamber appeared empty when they entered, the archway still active and stable, showing the convergence chamber beyond. But something felt wrong. The air held an unnatural chill, and the crown pulsed with warning. "It's a trap," Harry whispered, stopping the group before they could approach the portal. "They're already here, hiding." As if his words had summoned them, shadows peeled away from the walls and ceiling, coalescing into the now familiar forms of their pursuers. 5 creatures blocked their path to the portal, including the leader Harry had confronted at the eastern breach. "Crown-bearer," it hissed, its voice like stone grinding on metal. "How predictable you are. While your little princess provides entertainment for my brethren, you rush to the heart of power. What have you done with her?" Harry demanded, rage building inside him. The shadow leader's face rippled in what might have been amusement. "Nothing yet. She proved surprisingly resilient. But once we secure the convergence, her strength will feed our transition." Marcel shifted into combat stance. "On my signal, wait," Harry interrupted, studying the shadow beings more carefully. The crown's guidance showed him something crucial: their formation protected specific points in the chamber, positions that corresponded to the 7 elemental anchors of the portal. "They're not just blocking our way," he realized. "They're preparing to corrupt this portal like they did the eastern one." Armand followed Harry's gaze, understanding dawning on his face. "If they control this portal, they control direct access to the convergence chamber. We'd lose any chance of resetting the system." "Precisely," the shadow leader confirmed, spreading its arms. Dark tendrils extended from its form toward the nearest elemental anchor point. "Your kingdom's power will feed our realm for centuries. Now!" Marcel shouted, signaling his guards to attack. The chamber erupted into chaos. Guards charged forward, targeting the shadow beings with coordinated strikes. Harry and Armand focused on the leader, combining Harry's wand magic with Armand's ancient elemental knowledge. The crown blazed on Harry's head, enhancing his spells beyond their normal power. "Lumos Maxima Elemental," he shouted, remembering the combination that had worked against the shadow egg in the library. Brilliant white light erupted from his wand, infused with the elemental energy Armand channeled alongside him. The shadow leader shrieked as the light tore through its form, temporarily disrupting its connection to the anchor point. "The portal!" Armand urged. We must reach it while they're disorganized. Harry nodded, turning to Marcel who was holding his own against two smaller shadow creatures. Cover us. Marcel acknowledged with a quick nod, directing his remaining guards to form a defensive line. Go. We'll hold them here. Harry and Armin raced toward the portal, dodging shadow tendrils that lashed out from all directions. Just as they reached the archway, a wall of darkness erupted from the floor directly in their path. You think us so easily defeated? The shadow leader reformed from the barrier, its form larger and more substantial than before. We have waited centuries for this moment. The hunger between worlds will not be denied again. It lunged forward, darkness enveloping Harry before he could raise his wand. Cold beyond anything he'd ever felt penetrated to his bones as the shadow attempted to absorb him completely. The crown responded instantly, a nova of golden light erupting outward from Harry's head. The shadow leader recoiled, its form smoking where the light had touched it. The crown protects him, it snarled to its companions. Take the old one instead. Two shadow creatures disengaged from the guards and streaked toward Armin, who stood defenseless beside Harry. Without thinking, Harry threw himself in front of the elderly advisor, crown blazing as he extended its protection. Get through the portal, he shouted to Armin, physically pushing him toward the archway while holding back the shadows. Find Fleur. Tell her about the reset. Armin hesitated for only a second before nodding grimly. The convergence nexus is at the center of the chamber, he said quickly. Place the crown directly into the energy column. It will recognize its purpose. With that cryptic instruction, Armin dove through the portal, disappearing into the swirling energy. The shadow beings shrieked in fury, redoubling their assault on Harry. Marcel. Harry called, backing toward the portal while deflecting shadow attacks. Get your people out of here. This chamber is lost. We stand with you, Your Highness. Marcel shouted back, his voice strained as he battled relentlessly. That's an order, Captain. Harry insisted. Protect the palace. Protect Gabrielle. Something in Harry's tone must have reached Marcel, who gave a reluctant nod before organizing a fighting retreat. The guards backed toward the staircase, maintaining a defensive formation as they withdrew. Alone now, Harry faced the encircling shadow beings. They approached more cautiously, wary of the crown's protective light. Such nobility, mocked the leader. Such sacrifice. All for nothing. Even if your advisor reaches the nexus, he cannot activate the reset without the crown. Harry smiled grimly. Who said anything about him activating it? Before the shadow leader could respond, Harry turned and dove headfirst into the portal, the crown's light enveloping him as he passed through the dimensional threshold. Traveling through the portal felt nothing like Fleur powder or a port key. Harry's entire being seemed to stretch and compress simultaneously, awareness expanding beyond his physical body as he moved between realms. He emerged in a convergence chamber they had glimpsed through the portal, a vast spherical room with walls of crystallized magic that shifted and flowed like the northern lights. At its center, just as Armin had described, stood a massive column of pure magical energy that reached from floor to ceiling, pulsing with every color imaginable. Armin stood near the column, his expression changing from concern to relief as Harry appeared. They're right behind me, Harry warned, stumbling slightly as he regained his balance. Where's Fleur? I don't know, Armin admitted, scanning the chamber. There are multiple portal entrances. He pointed to 7 archways spaced evenly around the chamber's circumference, each glowing with different elemental colors. Only 3 are active, the ones we managed to reactivate. As if on cue, one of the inactive portals suddenly flared to life, its energy signature corrupted with the same purple-black distortion they'd seen at the eastern breach. Shadow beings began pouring through immediately. They're forcing the portals open from the outside, Armin said in horror. The convergence destabilization is accelerating. The chamber itself seemed to reflect this, the crystalline walls developing cracks that spread like spiderwebs, magical energy leaking through in unpredictable bursts. The reset, Harry urged. How exactly does it work? Armin pointed to the energy column. The crown must be placed within the convergence itself. It's one of the original artifacts used to create Lumiere, designed specifically to regulate the energy flow between realms. That's why it's been guiding me, Harry realized. It wanted to return here all along. The Shadow Leader emerged from the portal they'd used, its form expanding dramatically in the convergence environment. The crown belongs to the Hunger, it roared, voice reverberating throughout the chamber. It was stolen from us eons ago. Liar, Armin replied calmly. The Crown of Stars was forged by Lumiere's founders as a key to the convergence. Your kind have always coveted what you could not create. More shadow creatures poured in through the corrupted portal, spreading throughout the chamber. Harry calculated their chances of reaching the central column, slim to none with so many opponents. I'll distract them, Armin offered, determination in his aged eyes. When I give the signal, run for the column. Before Harry could protest this suicidal plan, another portal activated, not corrupted black, but blazing with brilliant blue-white light. Through it stumbled Fleur, bleeding from a gash on her forehead but very much alive, supported by Celeste. Fleur. Harry couldn't contain his relief. She looked up, face brightening at the sight of him. Harry. We fought our way to the western portal after they ambushed us. Her expression hardened as she took in the shadow creatures filling the chamber. I see we're just in time for the main event. The Shadow Leader hissed in frustration. The princess lives. No matter. All the players are now assembled for the final convergence. It raised its arms, and the shadow beings began a coordinated movement, positioning themselves in a pattern that mirrored the 7 portals. Dark energy flowed between them, creating a web-like structure that began to contract around the central column. They're attempting to corrupt the Nexus directly, Armin warned. If they succeed, the convergence will collapse, and its energy will be channeled to their realm. Taking Lumiere with it, Fleur added grimly, moving to Harry's side despite her injuries. The crown suddenly burned hot on Harry's head, nearly scalding him with its urgency. Visions flashed through his mind, not of the past this time, but of potential actions, ways to counter the shadow being's ritual. I know what to do, Harry said with sudden certainty. But I need help reaching the column. Fleur and Celeste exchanged a look before nodding in unison. We'll get you there, Fleur promised. Armin produced a small crystal from his robes. Take this, he said, pressing it into Harry's hand. It contains the combined elemental signatures of Lumiere's founding families. It may help stabilize the reset. Harry pocketed the crystal, then turned to the others. Ready? At their nods, Harry raised his wand high. Expecto Patrona Maxima. He shouted, channeling not just happiness but everything he felt for Lumiere, for Fleur, for the future they were fighting to protect. The stag that erupted from his wand was enormous, composed of the same starlight material as the crown. It charged directly at the shadow web, creating a temporary breach in their formation. Now! Harry shouted, sprinting toward the central column with Fleur and Celeste flanking him. Shadow creatures converged from all directions, attempting to close the gap. Celeste met them with astonishing elemental mastery, her hands weaving complex patterns that created barriers of interlaced fire and air. Fleur fought like a woman possessed, her Vila heritage evident as blue-white flames wreathed her entire body. Keep going, she called to Harry as she engaged 3 shadow beings simultaneously. Don't stop for anything. Harry pressed forward, the crown guiding his movements as he dodged and weaved through the chaos. He was 20 feet from the column, then 10, then 5, a wall of darkness erupted directly in his path as the Shadow Leader materialized before him, its form now towering nearly to the ceiling. The crown is mine, it roared, darkness extending from every part of its body. Harry skidded to a halt, the crown blazing defensively. All around them, the chamber shuddered as the convergence destabilization accelerated. Cracks spread across the crystalline walls, magical energy bleeding through in dangerous surges. Harry, the reset. Fleur shouted from somewhere behind him, her voice strained as she continued fighting. The shadow leader laughed, a sound like grinding glass. He cannot pass. And now, the convergence fails. Victory is, Bombarda Maxima, came a young voice from near the active portal. An explosion of magical force struck the shadow leader from behind, temporarily disrupting its form. Gabrielle Delacour stood in the portal entrance, her wand outstretched, expression fierce despite her obvious fear. Gabrielle? Fleur gasped in disbelief. How did you, no time? Gabrielle shouted, firing another spell at the recovering shadow leader. Harry, go. Harry didn't waste the opportunity. He sprinted past the disrupted shadow leader, straight to the pulsing energy column. Up close, the convergence nexus was both beautiful and terrifying, raw magical power in its purest form, the meeting point of multiple dimensional realities. The crown nearly burned his scalp now, vibrating with recognition as it neared its original purpose. Harry remembered Armand's instruction, place the crown directly into the energy column. Taking a deep breath, Harry removed the crown from his head. Immediately, he felt smaller, less certain, the guidance he'd grown accustomed to suddenly absent. The shadow leader recovered, roaring in triumph as it lunged toward him. Harry, now! Fleur shouted, somehow appearing at his side despite the ongoing battle. Their eyes met for a heartbeat, volumes communicated in a single glance. Then, together, they thrust the crown into the heart of the convergence. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. The crown didn't simply enter the energy column, it merged with it, its starlight material expanding and flowing throughout the convergence nexus. Golden light erupted outward in a circular shockwave that passed harmlessly through Harry and Fleur but obliterated shadow creatures on contact. The shadow leader shrieked in agony as the golden wave approached. No! We were so close! Its form began disintegrating, darkness peeling away like ash in a strong wind. This isn't over, Crown Bearer. The hunger between worlds is eternal. With a final, rage-filled howl, the shadow leader dissolved completely as the golden wave washed over it. The shockwave continued outward, striking each portal in sequence. The corrupted portals purified instantly, their natural blue-gold color restored. The inactive portals activated one by one, their elemental signatures blazing to life as the original system reasserted itself. The cracks in the chamber walls sealed themselves as equilibrium returned to the convergence. The energy column, now infused with the crown's golden light, stabilized into a steady, rhythmic pulse. Harry and Fleur clung to each other as the magical storm raged around them, a pocket of calm in the center of rebirth. When the light finally faded and the chamber settled into its new configuration, they remained embraced, neither quite believing they had survived. You did it, Fleur whispered, pulling back slightly to look at Harry's face. We did it, he corrected, brushing a strand of silver blonde hair from her face. Together, just like the prophecy said. Gabrielle's excited voice broke the moment. That was amazing! She exclaimed, bouncing toward them with characteristic energy despite the apocalypse they'd just averted. The crown went all explodey with light, and those shadow things went poof. Fleur rounded on her sister, relief giving way to protective anger. What were you thinking? You were supposed to be in the secure shelter. I snuck out when the guards were busy fighting shadows, Gabrielle explained unrepentantly. Good thing I did too, or Harry would have been shadow food. Before Fleur could continue her scolding, Armand approached, looking around the chamber in wonder. The convergence chamber, it's stabilizing in a configuration I've never seen before. The reset didn't just restore the original system, it's improved it. The crown, Harry said, looking at the energy column where the artifact had merged with the convergence. It fulfilled its purpose. But without the crown. Fleur began, concern in her voice. As if in response to her worry, the energy column pulsed brightly. A small portion of golden light separated from the convergence, floating toward them. It hovered before Harry for a moment before solidifying into a new crown, similar to the original but somehow more vibrant, as if infused with additional life and purpose. It remade itself, Armin breathed in astonishment. The convergence recognized its monarch and created a new symbol of authority. The new crown floated gently into Harry's hands. It felt different from the original, lighter, yet somehow more substantial, humming with balanced energy from all 7 elemental sources. "It's warm," Harry noted, turning it carefully in his hands. "And, there are 2. Indeed, as they watched, the crown separated into 2 identical circlets, one remaining in Harry's hands while the other floated to Fleur. "Dual monarchs," Armin said, understanding dawning on his face. "Of course. The foreign king and the daughter of light shall together face the darkness." The prophecy never specified a single ruler. Celeste, who had been checking on injured guards, approached with a reverent expression. "The kingdom has chosen its rulers," she said, dropping to one knee. The others quickly followed suit, even Gabrielle, though she couldn't maintain the formal posture for more than a few seconds. Harry and Fleur exchanged overwhelmed glances, neither quite ready to process this development in the wake of their narrow escape. "Perhaps we should focus on getting everyone safely back to the palace before discussing succession details," Fleur suggested diplomatically. "Agreed," Harry nodded quickly. "We don't even know how bad the damage is up there." With the convergence stabilized and the shadow threat eliminated, they organized their return through the now purified portals. Marcel and his remaining guards had already begun evacuating the injured back to the palace through the primary portal. As they prepared to follow, Harry paused, looking back at the transformed convergence nexus. The column of light pulsed with healthy, balanced energy, no longer strained by centuries of isolation. The 7 portals glowed with their respective elemental signatures, now working in harmony rather than sealed by fear. "It's beautiful," Fleur said softly, coming to stand beside him. "This is how it was always meant to be." Harry nodded, understanding filling him. Not isolation or unlimited access, but balanced connection. Protection without imprisonment. She took his hand, their fingers intertwining naturally. "A fitting metaphor for ruling, don't you think?" "If that's what we're really going to do," Harry said, still processing the twin crowns they now carried. "Rule together, I mean." Fleur's blue eyes met his, serious but warm. "The convergence seems to think it's a good idea." Her expression softened. "What do you think?" Harry glanced down at the golden crown in his free hand, then back to Fleur's face. "I think I'd be lost trying to do this without you," he answered honestly. "But there's still so much to figure out, Hogwarts, Voldemort, my friends back home. All challenges we can face," Fleur assured him. "Together." She squeezed his hand. "But first, we should probably make sure our kingdom isn't in ruins." The damage to Lumiere proved less catastrophic than feared. The shadow creatures had focused their assault on strategic targets, the palace, the active portals, and the keystones, rather than the civilian areas of the city. Most citizens had been safely evacuated to secure shelters during the attack. The palace itself had suffered significant damage to its upper levels, but the ancient magical foundations remained intact. Repair work began immediately, with Harry and Fleur coordinating efforts from the East Wing, which had largely escaped destruction. 3 days after what people were already calling the convergence crisis, the council convened in a temporary meeting chamber to assess the kingdom's status. "The portals are all functioning at optimal levels," reported the new head of the Scholars faction, a middle-aged woman named Elara who had been Somber's chief rival. "The convergence stability readings are better than any in our historical records. The barrier has fully integrated the new golden matrix," added Warden Belcourt, who had survived the shadow attack with only minor injuries. "It's both stronger and more adaptable than the previous configuration." "And what of Madame Sombre?" asked one of the Traditionalist Council members. Marcel, standing at attention near the door, answered grimly. "No trace has been found. Given her proximity to the eastern portal when it destabilized completely, it's unlikely she survived." Healer Claremont cleared her throat. "There's also the matter of Lord Devereux. His trial is scheduled for next week, but some are calling for leniency given his ultimate cooperation in revealing Somber's greater treachery. We'll address that separately, Fleur decided. For now, our priority must be the kingdom's recovery and adapting to our new circumstances. Which brings us to the most pressing matter, Armand said, looking meaningfully at Harry and Fleur. The convergence has clearly indicated its preference for dual monarchs. The question is, do you accept this responsibility? All eyes turned to them. Harry and Fleur had discussed this extensively in private over the past days, weighing options and implications. I do, Fleur stated firmly. I was born to serve Lumiere, and I will honor that duty. Harry took a deep breath. I accept as well, but with one condition. He looked around the council chamber, meeting each member's gaze. I have unfinished business in the outside world. Voldemort's return threatens not just wizard kind but potentially Lumiere as well, especially now that our realms are more connected through the portals. Murmurs broke out among the council members, some concerned, others thoughtful. What exactly are you proposing? Asked Alara cautiously. Joint rule, with flexibility, Harry explained. I would return to Hogwarts to complete my education and help confront the Voldemort threat. Regular visits to Lumiere would allow me to fulfill royal duties and continue training in your magical traditions. Once the outside threat is resolved, I would return permanently. Armand stroked his beard thoughtfully. Unprecedented, but then, everything about this situation is unprecedented. The prophecy spoke of uniting magics, which could well include bringing Lumiere's knowledge to bear against this Dark Lord. What of the kingdom's security? Demanded a traditionalist member. If the king designate moves freely between realms, doesn't that create vulnerability? Actually, Fleur countered, Harry's proposal offers strategic advantages. Intelligence from the outside world, advance warning of threats, and potential alliances with wizarding institutions like Hogwarts and perhaps even their ministry. The debate continued for hours, concerns raised and addressed, possibilities explored. Eventually, a compromise was reached. Harry would split his time between Lumiere and Hogwarts, with magical means of instant communication developed to maintain contact during separations. The formal coronation would be postponed until after the Voldemort threat was resolved, though Harry and Fleur would serve as acting monarchs in the interim. There remains the question of how to explain your disappearance and subsequent reappearance to the outside world, Armand pointed out as the meeting concluded. Harry had been pondering this very issue. I think it's time for a limited truth, he suggested. Not revealing Lumiere's location or full nature, but acknowledging its existence to select individuals, starting with Dumbledore. A calculated risk, Fleur nodded slowly. But perhaps a necessary one. The isolation that nearly destroyed us can't be our path forward. Then it's decided, Armand announced. We will arrange a controlled communication with Albus Dumbledore, after which King Harry may return temporarily to the outside world. As the council members filed out, Harry felt both relief and apprehension. The double weight of kingship and his ongoing battle with Voldemort settled heavily on his shoulders. Fleur must have sensed his mood, for she touched his hand gently. Second thoughts. Just wondering how I'll explain all this to Ron and Hermione, Harry said with a wry smile. By the way, I disappeared for weeks, found a hidden magical kingdom, battled shadow monsters, and oh yes, I'm going to be co-ruling said kingdom with Fleur Delacour. Fleur laughed, the sound brightening the somber chamber. I'd pay good galleons to see their faces when you tell them. Contacting Dumbledore proved simpler than expected. With the convergence rebalanced and the portals functioning properly, directed communication through the Veil of Stars became possible. A specially prepared message crystal was imbued with Harry's magical signature and sent through the smallest gap in the barrier, just enough to be detected by those specifically searching for him. Within a day, Dumbledore's response arrived in the form of a phoenix feather that somehow navigated through the same gap, carrying a message of profound relief tinged with urgent questions. After careful preparation and multiple security discussions, an extraordinary meeting was arranged. Dumbledore would be permitted to enter Lumiere under strict conditions, he would be blindfolded during transit through the Veil, allowed to meet only with Harry, Fleur, and the council, and required to take an unbreakable vow of secrecy regarding Lumiere's specific location. He'll never agree to such restrictions, Harry warned as they finalized arrangements. He will if he wants to see you again, Fleur replied practically. And more importantly, if he wants your help against Voldemort. Surprisingly, Dumbledore accepted all conditions without protest. 1 week after the convergence crisis, he was escorted through the Vale of Stars by Marcel and a contingent of royal guards, arriving in the palace's formal reception hall where Harry, Fleur, and the council waited. When the blindfold was removed, Dumbledore blinked owlishly, taking in the magnificent crystal architecture of Lumiere's palace. His eyes quickly found Harry, relief washing over his aged features. "Harry, my boy," he said softly. "You've given an old man quite the fright." "Professor," Harry nodded, oddly formal in his new role. "Thank you for coming, and for agreeing to our terms." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he took in Harry's formal attire, the subtle golden circlet he wore, and his position beside Fleur. "I see you've had quite the adventure in your absence. Perhaps more consequential than even I could have imagined." The unbreakable vow was administered by Armin, binding Dumbledore to secrecy regarding Lumiere's location and specific defenses, though allowing him to acknowledge its general existence to select order members if necessary. Afterward, the council withdrew to allow a more private conversation between Harry, Fleur, and the Hogwarts headmaster. "I suspect this is a tale worth hearing in full," Dumbledore said, settling into a chair across from them. "Though I admit, I had not anticipated finding you in quite such elevated circumstances." Harry explained everything: Fleur's arrival at Privet Drive, the prophecy, the trials, the convergence crisis, and finally his new status as King Designate of Lumiere. Dumbledore listened without interruption, though his eyebrows climbed steadily higher as the story progressed. "Remarkable," he said when Harry finished. "A hidden magical kingdom populated primarily by Vila and other beings, existing in a dimensional fold adjacent to our reality." He glanced at Fleur with newfound respect. "And you, Miss Delacour, or should I say, Princess Fleur, have been concealing quite a heritage." "It wasn't my secret alone to share," Fleur replied diplomatically. "Lumiere's safety has depended on absolute secrecy for centuries. Yet now you propose a more open relationship with the outside world," Dumbledore noted, turning back to Harry. "Beginning with your return to Hogwarts while maintaining your royal responsibilities here." "That's the plan," Harry confirmed. "Voldemort's return changes everything, for both Lumiere and the wizarding world. I can't abandon either responsibility." Dumbledore studied him thoughtfully. "You've matured remarkably in just a few weeks, Harry. Leadership suits you." His gaze shifted between Harry and Fleur, noting their proximity and easy comfort with each other. "As do certain partnerships." Harry felt his cheeks warm but didn't deny the implication. "Professor, what's been happening while I've been gone? How bad is it with Voldemort?" Dumbledore's expression sobered. "The Ministry continues to deny his return, I'm afraid. Fudge has launched a smear campaign against both of us in the Daily Prophet. Your disappearance only fueled his narrative that we were fear-mongering. And the Order? Re-established and vigilant. Your godfather has been particularly active in searching for you, despite the considerable risk to himself." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled momentarily. "I believe his exact words upon learning you were safe were, 'Thank Merlin and all 4 founders,' followed by several expressions I won't repeat in royal company." Harry grinned, imagining Sirius's colorful reaction. "I can't wait to see him." "Which brings us to practical matters," Dumbledore continued. "The new term begins in 3 weeks. Your return will require careful handling to minimize Ministry interference. And there is the question of your continued protection when outside Lumiere's barriers." "My mother's protection," Harry remembered. "It was reaching out for me through the barrier." "Indeed," Dumbledore nodded. "The blood protection has been significantly weakened by your extended absence from Privet Drive. It may not fully recover without a prolonged stay, which I gather is not in your plans." "No," Harry said firmly. I'm not going back to the Dursleys. Fleur placed her hand over his. Harry's magical protection is now our concern as well, Headmaster. The convergence reset has created new possibilities for extending Lumiere's protective magic beyond our borders, in limited, targeted ways. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose again. Intriguing. A collaborative approach to security would benefit us all, particularly if Voldemort continues to gather strength. They spent the next several hours discussing logistics, how Harry would travel between Hogwarts and Lumiere, secure communication methods, cover stories for his absence, and coordination between Lumiere's defenses and the Order's vigilance. One final matter, Dumbledore said as their meeting drew to a close. Your friends, Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, have been beside themselves with worry. I assume you wish to inform them of your new circumstances. Absolutely, Harry confirmed. But gradually. The full story might be a bit much all at once. Wise, Dumbledore agreed, eyes twinkling. Even the brightest witch of her age might need time to process her friend's ascension to monarchy. As Dumbledore prepared to depart, blindfold replaced for the journey back through the veil, he paused beside Harry. I have watched you face extraordinary challenges since you were 11 years old, Harry, he said quietly. But I believe this may be your greatest adventure yet, and perhaps your most meaningful. He glanced toward Fleur, who was speaking with Marcel nearby. Kingship, like marriage, requires partnership, trust, and compromise. I think you found a worthy co-ruler in Princess Fleur. Harry felt his face heat again. We're not, it's not officially, not yet, perhaps, Dumbledore smiled enigmatically. But prophecies have a way of fulfilling themselves in unexpected ways. He squeezed Harry's shoulder gently. I look forward to receiving Lumiere's royal delegation at Hogwarts in 3 weeks' time. The next 3 weeks passed in a whirlwind of activity. With the convergence stabilized and the shadow threat eliminated, Lumiere's recovery accelerated. The palace repairs neared completion, the portal system functioned flawlessly, and the citizens gradually adjusted to their kingdom's new, more connected relationship with the outside world. Harry's days were filled with intensive study, not just of Lumiere's magic and governance, but practical lessons on how to balance his royal duties with his return to Hogwarts. The council created a specialized communication crystal that would allow instant, secure contact with Fleur and key advisors regardless of distance. Preparations for Harry's return to the outside world included careful development of a cover story. He would acknowledge being taken to a hidden magical sanctuary for protection after Voldemort's return, but details would remain deliberately vague. Only Dumbledore, Sirius, and his closest friends would know anything approaching the truth. The evening before his departure, Harry stood on the balcony of his royal chambers, looking out over the glittering city of Lumiere. The golden barrier shimmered overhead, no longer a prison but a permeable protection, exactly as the founders had intended. Having second thoughts? Fleur asked, joining him at the railing. She wore a simple blue gown, her hair loose around her shoulders, her golden circlet catching the moonlight. A few, Harry admitted. It feels strange to be leaving so soon after everything that's happened. You're not abandoning us, she reminded him, her shoulder brushing against his. You're extending Lumiere's influence, creating new connections, just as the prophecy intended. Harry turned to face her fully. I'll miss you, he said simply. Her blue eyes softened. I'll miss you too. But we have the communication crystals, and the western portal can be activated for your visits every second weekend, just as we arranged. It's not the same. No, she agreed, stepping closer. It's not. Their relationship had deepened steadily in the aftermath of the crisis. Shared responsibility and shared danger had forged a connection that transcended their initial attraction. They worked seamlessly together in council meetings, finished each other's sentences when discussing policy, and found moments of peace in each other's company amid the chaos of rebuilding. There's something I've been meaning to ask you, Harry said, gathering his courage. After we defeat Voldemort, after the coronation, what happens with us? Beyond being co-rulers, I mean. Fleur's lips curved into a small smile. Are you asking about our personal future, Harry Potter? I'm trying to, he admitted ruefully. Not doing a very good job of it, am I? She laughed softly, the sound warming him despite the cool evening air. You forget I've seen inside your mind, your heart. I know your questions before you find the words for them. That's not really an answer, Harry pointed out. No, she agreed, stepping even closer until barely an inch separated them. This is. She kissed him then, not the tentative explorations of their earlier encounters, but something deeper, more certain, a promise. Harry responded immediately, arms encircling her waist as he pulled her against him. When they finally separated, both slightly breathless, Fleur rested her forehead against his. Does that answer your question, Your Highness? Almost, Harry replied, finding unexpected confidence. But I think I need a bit more clarity on the matter. Her delighted laugh was cut short as he kissed her again, longer this time, pouring everything he couldn't yet articulate into the connection between them. Later, as they sat together on a cushioned bench, Fleur nestled against his side as they watched the stars through Lumiere's golden barrier, Harry felt a sense of peace he'd rarely known. Whatever challenges awaited, Voldemort, the Ministry, balancing two worlds, he would face them with Fleur's support, with Lumiere behind him. We should get some rest, Fleur murmured eventually. Tomorrow will be eventful. That's one word for it, Harry agreed. The plan called for him to arrive at 12, Grimmauld Place, the Order headquarters, where Sirius, Ron, and Hermione waited. He'd face questions, explanations, probably a fair bit of shouting from Hermione about disappearing without word, and then preparations for his return to Hogwarts. As they stood to return inside, Harry paused, taking one more look at Lumiere's night sky. When I first arrived here, I told you it felt familiar somehow, like I'd found something I'd been looking for without knowing it. I remember, Fleur nodded. I understand now, Harry continued. It wasn't just Lumiere itself, it was this feeling. Belonging. Purpose. Not being defined by what happened to me as a baby, but by what I choose to build for the future. He looked down at her, emotion making his voice rough. You gave me that, Fleur. You and Lumiere. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. And you gave us exactly what the prophecy promised, a new path forward, a balance between tradition and progress. She took his hand, squeezing gently. Whatever comes next, we face it together. Always. Always, Harry echoed, the word feeling like a vow. The return to Grimmauld Place was exactly the emotional chaos Harry had anticipated. Sirius nearly crushed him in a hug that lasted several minutes, alternating between profound relief and colorful admonishments for disappearing. Ron stood slack-jawed as Harry introduced Princess Fleur and explained, in carefully edited form, where he'd been and what had happened. Hermione, predictably, fired questions faster than Harry could possibly answer them. So let me get this straight, Ron said when Harry finally finished his explanation. You're going to be a king. Of a secret magical kingdom. With Fleur. King designate technically, Harry corrected. The coronation won't happen until after we deal with Voldemort. And you'll be returning to Hogwarts while maintaining royal duties through some sort of magical communication system, Hermione added, her expression caught between skepticism and fascination. That's the plan, Harry confirmed. Sirius shook his head in amazement. James would have been absolutely beside himself with pride. His son, royalty. He grinned wickedly. Though I think he'd be equally impressed that you managed to land such a beautiful co-ruler. Sirius. Hermione scolded while Fleur simply raised an elegant eyebrow. What? I'm just saying what we're all thinking. Sirius winked at Harry, who felt his face burning. The next days passed in a blur as Harry prepared for his return to Hogwarts. The official story released to the Daily Prophet, after much negotiation with the Ministry, stated simply that Harry Potter had been taken to a secure location following the events of the Triwizard Tournament, and was now returning to complete his education. Fudge tried unsuccessfully to force a meeting with Harry, presumably to pressure him into denying Voldemort's return. Harry's new status, even the limited version known to the Ministry, provided unexpected political protection. As Dumbledore noted with twinkling eyes, even Cornelius Fudge hesitates to antagonize a foreign power, however mysteriously described. The morning Harry was to board the Hogwarts Express, Fleur prepared to return to Lumiere. Their goodbye was private, away from curious eyes at Grimmauld Place. "Remember, the communication crystal works at any time," Fleur reminded him, adjusting his tie unnecessarily. "And Marcel will be stationed nearby, though invisible to anyone without the recognition charm." "I remember," Harry assured her, capturing her fidgeting hands in his. "I'll be fine. It's just Hogwarts." "Hogwarts with Voldemort returned, the Ministry interfering, and you juggling student and royal duties," Fleur countered. "Just, be careful." "I will," he promised. 2 weeks and I'll visit through the western portal." She nodded, trying to maintain her composed princess expression but not quite succeeding. 2 weeks. Their kiss goodbye held both promise and longing, a reminder of what waited for him in Lumiere. As Fleur prepared to activate her transportation charm, a specialized version developed by Lumiere's scholars for crossing the veil, she gave him one last, brilliant smile. "Show them what a king looks like, Harry Potter." The platform at King's Cross Station buzzed with the usual start-of-term excitement, though Harry noticed many parents casting nervous glances his way. The Daily Prophet's campaign against him clearly had an effect, despite the carefully managed story of his absence. Ron and Hermione flanked him protectively as they boarded the train, glaring at anyone who stared too openly. They found a compartment with Neville and Luna, both of whom greeted Harry warmly without pressing for details about his summer. As the train pulled away from the station, Harry felt the weight of his dual identity settle more heavily. Here he was just Harry Potter again, the boy who lived, now labeled unstable by the Ministry's propaganda. No crown, no royal chambers, no council hanging on his decisions. And yet, he wasn't just Harry Potter anymore. The communication crystal hung warm against his chest beneath his shirt. The lessons of Lumiere had changed him, his magic, his confidence, his understanding of responsibility. He might not wear his golden circlet at Hogwarts, but he carried the essence of kingship within him now. Halfway through the journey, Draco Malfoy made his customary appearance at their compartment door, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. "Well, if it isn't Potter, back from his mysterious hideaway," Malfoy drawled. "Father says the Ministry thinks you were in a mental rehabilitation facility. Stress from lying about the Dark Lord's return, apparently." Before Ron could launch himself at Malfoy, Harry stood calmly, drawing himself to his full height. Something in his posture, a new authority, a centered confidence, made Malfoy take an unconscious step backward. "You know the truth, Draco, however much you pretend otherwise," Harry said, his voice quiet but carrying. "Your father was there in the graveyard. He knelt before Voldemort." He held Malfoy's gaze steadily. "Choose your path carefully this year. Things are changing faster than you realize." Malfoy's pale face flushed, confusion momentarily replacing his usual sneer. Something about Harry's demeanor, not angry, not defensive, but calmly authoritative, had thrown him off balance. "You don't know what you're talking about, Potter," he managed finally, but the insult lacked its usual venom. After they departed, Hermione stared at Harry with newfound assessment. "That was different. You've really changed, haven't you?" Harry shrugged, returning to his seat. "Let's just say I've gained some perspective." "Kingship suits you," Luna commented dreamily, making everyone stare at her in shock. "What did you say?" Hermione asked sharply. Luna blinked owlishly. "Oh, was that supposed to be a secret?" The nargles around Harry have arranged themselves in a royal pattern. Very distinctive. She returned to her upside-down quibbler as if she hadn't just casually identified Harry's most closely guarded secret. Ron looked panicked, but Harry just laughed. "Thanks, Luna. I'll work on my nargle arrangement." The rest of the journey passed uneventfully, though Harry noticed his friends watching him with new awareness, cataloging the subtle changes in his demeanor and behavior. At the welcome feast, Harry's attention was immediately drawn to the new defense against the dark arts teacher, a toad-like woman in pink whom Hermione identified as Dolores Umbridge, senior undersecretary to Fudge. Her simpering voice and ministry-approved speech confirmed Harry's suspicions. Hogwarts was now under direct ministry surveillance, with him as the primary target. "This complicates things," he murmured to Ron and Hermione as they headed to Gryffindor Tower afterward. "You think?" Ron replied sarcastically. "The ministry's planted a spy to watch you specifically." Hermione looked worried. "How will you maintain contact with, your other responsibilities?" Harry touched the crystal beneath his shirt. "I'll find a way." Lumiere's scholars anticipated potential interference. That night, as his dormmate slept, Harry activated the communication crystal for the first time. Fleur's face appeared in the small projection above it, her smile relieved when she saw him. "Everything okay?" she asked immediately. "So far," he replied quietly. "Though the ministry's sent a watchdog. We'll need to be careful with communications." They spoke briefly about his arrival and the ministry's presence, keeping the conversation tactical rather than personal given the risk of discovery. Before ending the connection, however, Fleur's expression softened. "I miss you already," she admitted. "The palace feels empty without you arguing with the council." Harry smiled, his heart lighter despite the challenges ahead. 2 weeks. I'll be home before you know it." Home. The word felt right in a way he'd never experienced before. Hogwarts had been his first true home, but Lumiere, with its crystal spires, magical gardens, and most importantly, Fleur, had become something even deeper. Not a refuge from the Dursleys, but a place where he truly belonged. As the crystal's projection faded, Harry lay back in his familiar four-poster bed, contemplating the extraordinary turn his life had taken. From unwanted nephew to wizard to Triwizard champion to king designate of a hidden magical kingdom. Challenges awaited, Umbridge's interference, Voldemort's growing power, balancing his education with royal duties. But for the first time, Harry faced the future with more than just stubborn determination. He had purpose, partnership, and a clear vision of what he was fighting for. The prophecy that had brought him to Lumiere spoke of uniting ancient magics, of the foreign king and the daughter of light facing darkness together. As Harry drifted toward sleep, he realized the prophecy had already begun to fulfill itself in ways no one could have anticipated. The convergence between worlds had started, and Harry Potter, wizard, student, and king-in-waiting, stood at its center, ready to forge a path forward that would change not just Lumiere, but the entire magical world. 2 months later, Harry stood before the western portal, waiting for it to activate for his scheduled weekend visit to Lumiere. Dodging Umbridge's increasingly dictatorial oversight had become an art form, facilitated by the Marauder's map and occasional assistance from sympathetic professors like McGonagall, who turned a blind eye to his regular, study sessions, in unused classrooms. The communication crystal had proven invaluable, allowing nightly reports to Fleur and the council despite Umbridge's monitoring of all conventional magical communications. Harry had even managed to establish a small information network between Lumiere and the Order of the Phoenix, sharing intelligence about Voldemort's movements and ministry interference. The western portal glowed brighter, signaling imminent activation. Harry checked the Marauder's map one final time to ensure he wasn't observed, then stepped through as the portal fully opened. The familiar sensation of dimensional transit washed over him, his awareness expanding briefly before condensing back as he emerged in Lumiere. Fleur waited on the other side, looking regal in formal attire, clearly coming from or headed to an official function. "Welcome home, Your Highness," she said with a playful smile, the formality immediately dropping as she moved forward to embrace him. Harry returned the hug, the tension of Hogwarts life melting away as he breathed in the faint lavender scent of her hair. "Good to be back. Umbridge is getting worse by the day." "So we've heard," Fleur replied, linking her arm with his as they walked toward the waiting sky carriage. "The council's eager for your report, but that can wait until tomorrow. Tonight, we have other plans. Oh. Harry raised an eyebrow curiously. The palace repairs are finally complete, Fleur explained as they boarded the carriage, which rose smoothly into the air. And the convergence stabilization has reached optimal levels. The council has decided it's time to announce the coronation date. Harry's steps faltered. But Voldemort is a continuing concern, yes, Fleur agreed. But the council believes, and I agree, that formalizing our leadership strengthens Lumiere's position in the coming conflict. The coronation is set for the summer solstice, after your OWL exams. That's sooner than I expected, Harry admitted as their carriage flew over the glittering city. Too soon? Fleur asked, a hint of vulnerability in her question. Harry considered this, thinking about all that had happened since Fleur appeared at his window at Privet Drive. In just a few months, he'd discovered a hidden kingdom, learned new forms of magic, faced ancient enemies, and found a purpose beyond just surviving Voldemort's return. More importantly, he'd found partnership with Fleur that transcended their initial awkward encounters during the Triwizard Tournament. Together, they had already begun transforming Lumiere, opening carefully managed connections with the outside world while preserving the kingdom's essential security. No, he said finally, taking her hand. Not too soon. It feels right. Relief softened her features. Good. Because there's one more announcement planned for tonight. What's that? Harry asked as the carriage began its descent toward the palace. Fleur's smile turned slightly mischievous. The council has decided that royal stability requires clear succession planning. They're strongly encouraging that our coronation include another ceremony as well. It took Harry a moment to catch her meaning, his eyes widening when he did. Are they suggesting what I think they're suggesting? A royal wedding alongside the coronation? Yes. Fleur watched his reaction carefully. Of course, I informed them that such decisions were ours alone to make, not the council's. That while political considerations are important, matters of the heart follow their own timeline. Harry's heart hammered in his chest. And what did they say to that? They reminded me that prophecies often have layers of meaning beyond the obvious, Fleur replied softly. That the foreign king and the daughter of light shall together face the darkness might refer to more than just co-rulers. The carriage landed on the palace's main receiving platform, where Gabrielle waited with barely contained excitement. Beyond her, Harry could see council members and palace staff gathered for a formal welcome. Before they disembarked, Harry turned to Fleur. And what do you think about their suggestion? Fleur met his gaze directly, all pretense of diplomatic neutrality falling away. I think that I've known since I saw you face the dragon that you were different from anyone I'd ever met. I think that bringing you to Lumiere was the best decision I've ever made, prophecy or no prophecy. Her voice softened. And I think that ruling beside you for the rest of our lives sounds like exactly where I'm meant to be. Harry's breath caught. Though they'd grown steadily closer over the months, neither had put such feelings into explicit words before. Is that a proposal, Princess Delacour? He asked, his voice rough with emotion. It's a question, she corrected gently. One you don't need to answer immediately. We have time. Harry looked past her to Lumiere spread out below them, the city glittering in the evening light, the golden barrier shimmering overhead, the palace that had become his home. Then back to Fleur, who had changed his life irrevocably when she appeared at Privet Drive with an impossible invitation. The answer came with surprising clarity and certainty. Actually, he said, taking both her hands in his, I don't need time. I've faced Voldemort, basilisks, dragons, and shadow beings from between dimensions. The idea of spending my life with you is the least frightening proposition I've encountered in years. His smile broadened. In fact, it's the only future I want. Fleur's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Is that a yes, King Potter? It's a definitely yes, Harry confirmed. Though I think the council might have to wait until after we deal with Voldemort for the actual wedding. Agreed, Fleur nodded, composing herself as Gabrielle approached the carriage, practically bouncing with impatience. One world-changing event at a time. As they stepped out to greet the waiting dignitaries, Harry felt the communication crystal warm against his chest, not activated, but resonating with the convergence that now connected Lumiere to the wider magical world. The two parts of his life, once separate, now interwoven into something stronger and more meaningful than either alone. Whatever came next, OWL exams or coronation, Voldemort or shadow beings, Hogwarts or Lumiere, he would face it with Fleur beside him, just as the prophecy had foretold. The foreign king and the daughter of light, together building a future neither could have imagined before a fateful letter brought them together. The crown of stars had found its rightful bearers at last. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.